No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick soundbites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is Sunday, 2:30 p.m., and I am with you. It is the 23rd. This is Season 6, Episode 25. We've done about 40 episodes in a row, which is pretty great. For those who are new to the channel, who have never seen it before, we welcome you. We thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday we expand that to the entire world. We open it up to hear your calls, your tweets, your messages, telling us what you think about the issues that are affecting every single one of us every single day. Whether it's the Kardashians or sports or entertainment, doesn't really matter what you distract yourself with. Every day, politics is affecting your life, so we might as well have a conversation about it, and that's what the First Amendment is for. So we hope you will enjoy that. We do that long form here with you every Sunday. We got a lot to talk about. Obviously, everyone is talking about what's coming up with the election, which we will be talking about with Joe Biden, with Donald Trump, as they prepare for the first of two debates that will be coming up, which is less than what we normally get. Normally in America, in a presidential election, we get at least 3 debates, if not more. But this time we're getting them shrunk down. We're only going to get 2 debates at this moment. That's what it seems like. One which will be this week coming up on the 27th, and again in September after voting already starts. Early voting will have started, and then people will find out more about these candidates, more about the debates after the fact, which is, I think, horrible. It's a dumb idea. We should have all the debates before we get the candidates to vote, so that people will have enough information to really make up their mind, to really compare the 2 candidates. Now, mind you, in this case, we have former President Trump. We have a 4-year record on him. We have Joe Biden, who's in office right now. We have the last 3.5 years with him, plus his time as vice president, to evaluate him and compare him to Donald Trump. So there is that, but it's not quite the same thing as hearing them debate each other on what they plan to do for America going forward. And I think that's very important. And we should always have more than just 2 debates. These issues are too big to be limited in such a manner. But, that is what we're getting this time. Our phone, by the way, what I was just making sure is our phone is on. As you see across the screen, you can call in at any time to 929-715-8569 to call in and tell us what you think about any subject, any issue. I know there should be one call coming in about Lego. Believe it or not, we're going to be talking about the Lego store here in New York City. But you can always call in about whatever you think. And if you disagree with me, I'm more than happy to hear that. Whether you're a progressive or a libertarian, if you're a Republican, doesn't matter. You are always welcome to call in to say, hey, I have a different point of view, or maybe there's something I don't know, and we can have that conversation. I may or may not agree with you, but we can have that conversation. That's what the First Amendment is about. That's what we support on this channel. So we'll be talking a little bit about Donald Trump. We'll be talking about what's happening in the election as we go forward. There's more information about that. Our format normally is, if there is breaking news, we normally talk about that first on the channel, something of great interest for the nation, or what I believe would be interesting for the audience, and then we go into what's happening internationally, and then we go into what's happening domestically. And we take our time to go through these issues to make sure that you're aware of what's happening. All of the links that we will be going through will be made available at the end of the show, so you'll be able to see it for yourself to learn more and become an informed voter. That is always the best thing. Today I'm a little bit informal, and I do see your comment there, Dow. Thank you for letting me know that notifications for the first time. It's only been 6 years, only 25 episodes in this season, which is season 7 actually. It only took that long for the notifications to work for you, Dow. I don't know. Google's shining on me. It must be a slow day at YouTube. But that being said, we will be going through all the information with you. So I threw myself off there. Oh, I'm a little bit informal today. I'm not wearing my jacket. I usually wear my suit jacket and my suits. It is over 90 degrees. In my studio right now in the Bronx, it is well over 90 degrees. Rain is supposed to be coming, but right now it hasn't. So humidity is very high. So I'd probably pass out on air if I actually wore the jacket. So please bear with me. Sorry for the informality. Hello, user has been banned. Good to see that you're with us as well. People are finding out. Okay. And we got a comment here. A user says, I use Yandex for search since Google doesn't show things that I need. Yeah, there's a couple. DuckDuckGo is also a good search engine. I do recommend it for many people to find some of the things that YouTube has told us. They have told us specifically, because it's an election year, that they changed their algorithm both on YouTube and on the Google search to edit and to emphasize certain things. In other words, it's called the fortification of the 2024 election. They are going to make sure that you see what they think will lead you to vote for a Democrat. That is their goal. They've made it very clear. They've told you that they're going to emphasize anything that will lead you to go with the mainstream media, to go with the left, and to support what they have picked as candidates, and de-emphasized everything else, which is kind of insulting, really. User says he was searching for the study RFK was talking about that got him in trouble. This is on one of the medications, and we do know that many of the vaccines, as we have now learned, are troublesome, have difficulties, that all of the promises we were told about them initially, that they are, perfectly safe, that they prevent catching the pandemic or spreading it, everything we were told about it, wrong. Everything we were told. And the fact is that there are people who are suffering side effects because of that, because it's just like any other medication made by man. There is always a side effect, always. We just don't know what the full scope is because no one's actually done a study on this. We are in human trials as we speak. We are the lab rats right now for the pandemic medications, and we'll find out in roughly about 10 to 15 years what the side effects truly are. I don't mean to scare people. If you've taken the pandemic medication, you got the jab, fantastic for you if you think that helped you. We still won't know what it's done to you for another 10 to 15 years because it takes that long normally for a drug to be approved for human use. So we have no idea what's going to happen. So I am really scared for a lot of people. And yes, RFK was one of the individuals speaking out about that. But to be fair, that's not why he's not on the stage with CNN with Donald Trump and Joe Biden, which we'll get into when we talk about the domestic issue a little bit later. But it's not because of the jab. There's different reasons why they have said he can't be on the stage. Although, by definition of what CNN is looking for, RFK Jr. is actually the only one who is qualified to be on the stage, believe it or not. And I'm not voting for RFK. I'm I'm a conservative Republican. I've looked at all of the candidates. I've been speaking about them for years. I'm not voting for RFK. I'm not voting for Biden. Obviously, I'm voting for Trump. But, he's still, RFK Jr. does deserve to have his voice heard. He should be heard. He should be on that stage. That's what choice is about in America. That's what freedom of speech gives him the capability to do. That's what we're supposed to have in our elections. It's not supposed to be up to CNN or any other news media agency to say, oh, well, we just don't like that voice. No, that's not how it works. The DNC and the RNC, Republican and Democratic parties, don't get to just arbitrarily make their choices about who they want to debate. They debate whoever shows up on the stage and let their candidates shine as the best choice, point blank. The best choice wins. It's not about who they prefer. It's about who is the best for America, and Americans get to choose that, not news stations, not political parties. I truly believe that. And I do believe that in a head-to-head discussion, that Donald Trump would do better in a debate and as a president than RFK or Joe Biden. You may disagree with that, and that's fine. That's why we have the conversation. That's why we're supposed to have this conversation, not just a couple of weeks before the election. We should be having that, and I have been having that far longer, at least a year beforehand. So, but don't feel daunted if you haven't made up your mind yet. Most Americans have. If you're not, that's okay. That's what these conversations are for. But we're going to get into that in a little bit. Obviously, that's kind of important information. What is that user? Okay. Sorry. I thought one of my systems is a little delayed, but we're going to get into that. By the way, you can also reach us on Rumble, where we are live as well. You are able to reach us through Super Chats, both on Rumble and on YouTube. We do have memberships. We do have Super Chats, because finally we broke through the algorithm a little bit there. We're on our way to 5,000, folks. We're on our way to 5,000 subscribers. We'll get there. So, all of that being said, let's start off with, there's no real breaking news. I know there was the shooting over the weekend. A lot of people are very concerned about that. We don't have a lot of details about that. I don't like to speculate over much on these mass shootings, something that is actually a mass shooting. 4 more individuals were shot, not including the shooter themselves, at one location. That's mass shooting. There aren't 238 mass shootings in America this year. That is a lie, because they're including gang shootings, they're including drug deals, they're including people who've been on a Sunday evening in the middle of the night on the football field of a high school doing a drug deal. And that counts as a mass shooting as well. See, it's dishonest. It's dishonest. There are, on average, about 100 there's about 100 mass shootings per year in America, give or take any year, plus minus a handful, but it's about 100 per year that harm about 20 people per year. About 20 people die. That's historically, for over 50 years, that's the numbers. That's the reality. And everyone who says this, they're like 500, 1,000, oh my God. No, they're lying to you. They're counting things that don't count. Where there's less than 4 people who've been shot, they go to multiple locations, they count the shooter being one of the victims, they count drug deals, they count gang wars, they count everything, they count suicides, they'll count everything and anything that they can throw in there, because they count on you not looking up the data, not paying attention to the details, so that you're scared, and when you're scared, they want you to obey. We don't do that here. We actually pay attention to the details. But I wanted to start today off, just again, no real breaking news besides that. We're looking for more information about why that person committed that mass shooting, which there isn't a whole lot of news on it, surprisingly. What we do know about the mass shooting is that all forms of gun control, everything that you've heard Joe Biden say, everything you've heard Democrats say for the last 50 years, failed. So the red flag laws failed. The New York SAFE Act failed. Restrictions on the magazine size, restrictions on the type of firearm, everything you can think of, everything that you have heard politicians tell you are reasons why we need this to make you safe. If you pass this law, you will be safe. Yes, they all failed. And that's because criminals don't care. Because criminals break the law. 99.994% of all gun owners are law-abiding individuals. That is a fact. That is not conjecture. That's the actual math. 99.994% of all gun owners in America, some 160 million people, are law-abiding citizens. That is a fact. And they own about 2.5 guns each. And that is not a problem. Over 741,000 machine guns exist and are owned right now in America. That comes from the ATF itself, the numbers from 2021, the most recent numbers we have from the ATF itself. And that's not a problem. So it's not, oh, they're automatic weapons. Well, actual automatic weapons, actual weapons that the military would use, machine guns, yeah, there's 741,000 of them. It's not a problem. According to the ATF, not a problem. There's only been 4 times that a machine gun has actually been used as a weapon to commit a crime in America since 1932. 4 times. That's it. The last time was in the 1980s. And guess what? They're not the problem. So it's not, oh, it's a weapon of war. That's not the problem. Oh, it's an automatic weapon. That's not the problem. There are people who own tanks. They own machine guns. They own flamethrowers. They own rocket launchers. They have mine layers. 3 million people own those types of weapons across America. Not a problem. So you can't tell me it's the weapons of war. That's the problem. No, it's not. It's crazed individuals, demented, sick, twisted individuals, and hardcore criminals. That's the problem. There's your root problem when we're dealing with mass shootings, when we're dealing with these insane individuals. That's the problem. It's the shooter themselves. It's not the weapon. It's never been the problem of the weapon. Not once. But, you know, politicians don't get reelected by telling you the truth. They get reelected by making you afraid to think, oh my God, an M16, an M4, they're so terrifying. The Mini 14, Ruger Mini 14. Oh my God, it's all metal. It's black. It looks like it's in a movie. It must be dangerous. It probably spits out plasma. No, you morons. That's not how it works. And I know Representative Sheila Jackson Lee loves to try and tell you that, you know, an M16 fires a 50 caliber bullet. No, she's an idiot. She's trying to scare you. She wants you to think of Rambo when you think of someone owning a firearm. That's not the reality. That's not how it works. But that being said, but I'm going to move on. We'll get to that. So what I did want to talk about to start off with is what's happening internationally. And this is very important because we do know Hamas is a big issue. We have protests that happened, protests with AOC and Jamal Bowman and Bernie Sanders. They're all in New York City trying to duplicate the success that Donald Trump had. 10,000 New York City residents came out to see Donald Trump in the bluest blue county in the entire nation. That's the Bronx. And 10,000 people waited 6 hours to go in and see him live, which I covered live. I was part of those individuals who went to listen to Donald Trump. And they wanted to duplicate that. They were trying to get that. They didn't. You didn't get 10,000 people to go see AOC and Jamal Bowman and Bernie Sanders in the most progressive, the most blue county of the entire country. You would think that they would be able to dwarf the numbers that Donald Trump was able to get. Donald Trump is a Republican coming into enemy territory, coming into the Bronx, into the most progressive Democrat county, and he got 10,000. And according to the initial numbers that we are seeing, there's about 2,000 people came out to see 3 leading names in the progressive movement. Three. Three people, and they've got 2,000. About one-fifth the number of people who actually went to see Donald Trump. It tells you something about the progressive movement. It's not nearly as popular, not nearly as well supported by the general public as what we are seeing. And that's what the news is telling you, that it's very popular. It's not. They can only pull 2,000 people in the Bronx in New York. Are you kidding me? This is their home. This is home ground. This is their base. It doesn't get more base than if, unless you went over to, I don't know, to California, maybe to L.A., maybe to, what's the college town? Berkeley. Maybe Berkeley is like the only other place that would be more blue, more progressive than the Bronx. Maybe. But you would expect that they would get at least as many people to show up as showed up for Donald Trump, if not more. And the truth is, they can't, because they're not actually popular. They just have really big voices and get a lot of coverage by the news media that is trying to prop them up, part of the fortification of the 2024 election. They're not actually popular. The majority of Americans absolutely disagree with the progressive movement and their ideals. They disagree with AOC and Jamal Bowman and Bernie Sanders, and they do not support them. That's the reality. It's not what the news media wants to tell you. They want to frame it everywhere. It's such a great success. Thousands of people came out. Yeah, but let's compare it to Donald Trump. Did as many come out as came out for Donald Trump? No. How many people were waiting? Did they wait 6 hours like they did for Donald Trump? No. Oh, so it wasn't a success. It was far less of a response. Oh, but they won't phrase it that way. They won't word that, because you're supposed to get the idea, the impression that, oh, no, they're far more successful. They did fantastic. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And they're doing it for Jamal Bowman because he's about to lose. They are desperate. They're terrified that they're going to lose. So they're screaming, racism, 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 from AOC, from Jamal Bowman, racism. That's the only reason why he could possibly lose. It's because racism. Wait a minute, racism in the Bronx. You're talking about racism in one of the most diverse counties of all of America, in the Bronx, and you're going to tell me, well, you're losing because of racism? Jamal Bowman, you really want to tell people that it's all the white people in the Bronx that are going to make you lose? Are you out of your mind? This is the highest concentration of illegal aliens and migrants in the country. And you're telling me that, oh, it's all those white people. Are you kidding me? This is one of the most diverse places on the face of the earth. And you're telling me it's about the white people. That's not your constituents, Jamal Bowman, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Richie Torres. You Democrats know that already. In fact, you count on that to be able to get reelected every year. The reason why you're losing is because people reject your ideology. That's the truth. But all this talk about, well, it's about racism. No. If we were you want to make that argument in Kansas? Maybe. Okay. You want to make it in Idaho or, I don't know, Seattle? You can try. But you're saying that in the Bronx, your base of operations, you're lying to the public. I mean, I just want to get that off my mind. Yes, user is banned. He is out of his mind. But I just want to get that out. Anytime you hear stupid things like that, think about the context. Why is Jamal Bowman, who is a criminal, by the way, let's not forget, Jamal Bowman was the man responsible, the member of Congress responsible for pulling a fire alarm, that's a crime in and of itself, to disrupt the operation of Congress, to stop them from voting because bills that he wanted to support were about to lose. So that, according to Democrats, according to the Democratic Party, when he pulled that fire alarm and stopped people from voting in Congress, that is interrupting the operation of Congress. Now, why do I say it that way? Because that's exactly the way they describe January 6th. And that's exactly what Jamal Bowman did. He interrupted the operation of Congress as they were voting on bills. Therefore, according to the Democrats, Jamal Bowman is an insurrectionist. Oh, but you'll never hear that from CNN or MSNBC. This is the definition they created that they use to target other Americans. And when you use their definition on them, on their actions, oh, no, you just don't understand. It's not the same thing. You're taking it out of context. I'm going by your definition, the way you have explained it. Jamal Bowman is an insurrectionist. That's not racist. I'm a black Puerto Rican. My family and I have been in the Bronx for 50 years, half a century. My family has lived in the same place in the Bronx longer than Jamal Bowman has been alive. So if he wants to try and tell me, oh, well, you're just someone who you moved in here. No, we've always been here. You showed up after me, Jamal. And Jamal, by the way, this is the definition you use about Americans on January 6th. It just so happens your actions also apply to this. So if January 6th is an insurrection, so is Jamal Bowman. This is why he is losing, because the reality is that he is a salesman, a slick. He's corrupt. Let me say it that way, in my opinion. Mike Bowie says, hello, Mike Bowie, by the way. That fire alarm was racist. Yeah, I know. That's why he took down the sign. He forgot that he was on camera, that he was on video, and he took down the sign that says, oh, this doorway is blocked on the weekends, this is not meant for public traffic. He took that sign down, which is on video, him taking down the sign so that no one would notice. So when he gave the excuse, his answer initially was, well, there was no sign. I thought the doorway was open so that I could just go through. I thought I just needed to open the door because it was supposed to be an automatic door. He lied. He purposefully walked over, took the sign down so that when he made the excuse and no one saw the sign, he said, see, if you looked at it, you wouldn't see the sign either. You would have thought it was an open automatic door. He's a liar. He lied to the public. He tried to, and he was trying to cover up his own insurrection by hiding evidence from the public. This is an untrustworthy individual, in my opinion. When he orchestrated everything to try and not only interrupt the operation of Congress, but also to hide that fact from the public and to try and give himself an alibi that did not exist. He is corrupt. That's why I say he's corrupt, because of his actions, not his words, not the color of his skin, what he did. He is corrupt and criminal. And he is a criminal because he did eventually admit after the video came out. He then admitted, yes, that was me. I did do that, but I was confused. No, you weren't. Well, you know what? I apologize anyway. That's what he said. I apologize for, trying to rush and trying to be involved in our government. I'm so sorry for being involved. That's it. In other words, he said, sorry, I'm not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. That's what he said. Oh, no, it's not a big deal. Stop talking about this. I'm sorry. It is important for your constituents to know, Jamal Bowman, that you are an insurrectionist and a liar who is willing to try and hide the facts from the public to benefit yourself. You are corrupt, Jamal Bowman. And if Mr. Bowman would like, Representative Bowman, if you would like to dispute my coverage of the facts as they happen, as recorded internationally by every major news media across the world, if you want to dispute that and dispute the actual video of you taken by Capitol Police, if you would like to dispute that, I will give you as much time as you want on air. I am not limited in time by CNN or MSNBC. I'll give you 6 hours if that's what it takes for you to try and convince me that you didn't do what the video shows you doing. But I doubt he will accept that offer. But the offer is there. I will give him as much time as he needs to explain to me and his constituents across this country, to progressives across America, to explain to us how he is not an insurrectionist, by the definition he has used that he qualifies for. Anyway, that being said, so Jamal Bowman is an insurrectionist, and progressives can't do as well as Donald Trump or anyone else. People are rejecting them. And as we see it, even their own party, other progressives, are now protesting AOC and Jamal Bowman and Bernie Sanders right now because they're pro-Hamas. They picked up they have been on since the very beginning, since October 8th, the day after Hamas committed an act of terror, killing 1,200 people, taking over 250 people hostage, including what we know are 22 Americans, and I'll get into that as well in just a few moments. In fact, that's what I'm about to talk about. They took 250 individuals from around the world, from 50 countries, took them hostage. They tortured them on a daily basis. They sexually abused them on a daily basis, confirmed by the UN back in December. We knew this was a fact. December 12th of 2023, as I recall, they confirmed this, that they are torturing and sexually abusing Americans, and yet the progressives support Hamas and want food and aid and weapons to go to Hamas. They just don't like Israel. That's the honest truth. They just don't like Israel. They support anyone who is the small guy because it means they get support too. That's what this is all about. But because AOC, Jamal Bowman, and Bernie Sanders aren't pro-Hamas enough for the progressive left, well, that's why there's a protest in New York against them right now. I think it's funny. It's the left eating themselves. You can never be leftist enough. AOC and Bernie Sanders and Jamal Bowman, who are insanely to the left, they're socialists. I mean, come on. They're part of the Democratic Socialist of America. They're part of the Socialist Party. And they aren't left enough for the progressives. That just tells you, you can never be progressive enough. You can never be leftist enough. That's why they're never satisfied. That's why these people are always pissed off, in my opinion. You don't see happy leftists. If someone is a leftist, they're never happy. They're progressive. They're never happy. They're a socialist. They're never happy because they can never be satisfied. You can never be far left enough in their world. And so you're always pissed off because they're always failing every single time. If there's anyone who's a progressive that's watching the show and says, Mike, no, you misunderstand. We're always happy. Please do explain it to me. Do give me the evidence of that. Because when I listen to Ilhan Omar or Anna Presley, I look into Rashida Tlaib, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jamal Bowman, Hakeem Jeffries. These people are they are more depressed than The Cure. By the way, if people don't know that band, it's going back to the 90s, The Cure. Fantastic. They're more depressed than Morrissey, which is a British singer also from the 90s, who's classically known for singing the most depressed songs ever. And they're more depressed than him. Constantly. By the way, I like Morrissey. Great singer, if you haven't heard him. Anyway, but they're more depressed than him. You never see them happy because they can't be. They can never be satisfied. But we're talking about Hamas, and we're talking about what happened on October 7th, the terrorist attack. We cannot deny the facts as they exist. I understand the far left over at Harvard, Columbia University, Binghamton University, UCLA, they want you to not pay attention. They're counting on the fact that you have forgotten that Hamas unilaterally decided to commit an act of terror to kill civilians, not military bases, not soldiers, not the government, civilians from around the world, and killed them because they could. 1,200 individuals. They then took 256 individuals, at least 256 that we know of, that Hamas is willing to admit to. They captured them. They beat them down. They tortured them. They have sexually abused them since October 7th. 8 months, eight and a half, almost 9 months now that they've been beating down these people, torturing and harming these individuals. And Hamas is not sorry for a second of it, because they won't give back any of the hostages. They gave back they got a ceasefire. They gave back half of them. And they have never agreed to give back. All these people at these colleges, they would tell you, oh my God, but ceasefire. Then tell Hamas, give back the hostages. It's that simple. If anyone on the left is telling you, oh, well, Israel's being so terrible, they won't have a ceasefire. The only condition, number one condition, give back the hostages. Alive or dead, give us the hostages. That is what every country in the world and what Israel has said. Give us the hostages, you will have a ceasefire. The same day you give the people, there will be a ceasefire. If Hamas actually was concerned about the people of Palestine, the people in Gaza, if they truly cared about them, if this was truly about protecting those people to get that ceasefire, they would hand over the hostages. They would have a ceasefire same day. We've heard from even the inept Biden administration that has no idea what it's doing in terms of international policy. Even they have guaranteed that if the hostages are given back, alive or dead, as long as they're all given back, there will be a ceasefire, that the entire weight and power of the United States government, the British government, the European Union will weigh down, plus various factions of Israel's government will weigh on the Israeli government to guarantee that there will be a ceasefire. There is worldwide consensus on this. There will be a ceasefire. And Hamas says, yeah, but we're not giving up the hostages. They're refusing. How can you blame Israel for what Hamas is doing? How can you do that? I don't understand Harvard. They're supposed to be... These kids are going to the colleges. They're spending $100,000 a year. You would think they were learning how to think, to be critical thinkers, and to say, well, if Hamas is given the guarantee from the world that if they simply give back the hostages, which is a war crime, it is an act of terror, if they simply end their act of terror, they will get a ceasefire, which is what they claim they want. And they claim they want to protect the people of Gaza. They will achieve their goals if they hand back the hostages. And they don't. How can you blame Israel for that? You can't. You cannot, if you are thinking about this, if you are being logical about it, if you are paying attention to the details, you can't. Which means it's all political. The fact that Hamas is doing that and the progressives are upset with Israel, that's politics. That's propaganda. They are pulling the wool over your eyes, hoping you don't think for half a second and realize this is Hamas's fault. It has nothing to do with Israel. But it gets worse, because we have been talking about this for months. For months now. We were one of the first people back in October of 2023 saying that the problem is the hostages, that America is involved in this. We are involved. This isn't like the Ukraine. Americans were killed, 34 Americans. 22 Americans were taken as hostages that have been tortured and sexually abused. I cannot say that enough, because CNN won't say it at all. MSNBC won't say it at all. The Biden administration will not say this at all. They do not want you to think about this at all, because it is horrific and they know it. And it is something that they need to respond to, and they know it. But they know that it may cause people not to vote Democrat. People won't vote progressive if they find out the details, so they do not talk about it. They stopped talking about the hostages the first week of November of 2023. They stopped mentioning the number of hostages, in particular American hostages. They stopped talking about that the first week of November. In fact, if you look now, you will always see in all of the data, whenever they talk about the hostages, they always talk about all of the hostages globally. They will not break it down by country. They won't tell you about the 17 hostages in the United Kingdom from England that are held hostage by Hamas and being tortured. They won't tell you about the 9 people from Australia. They won't tell you about the 22 Americans. They won't go over those numbers because you might not vote Democrat. It is very hard to find the actual details. But what we do now know, and this is now coming out from the United States, and the news came out on the 20th. The 20th, that came out 3 days ago. And I think almost everyone in my audience and almost everyone in America had no idea this news came out. It was not well received. It was not well published. The news media barely touched on this and let it drop. They just hid this. Oh yeah, by the way, there's this news on the hostages, but let's talk about the debates. Let's talk about anything and everything. We'll talk about Star Wars. Let's talk about Star Wars Episode 4. Don't worry about Hamas. And by the way, I'm not picking on the entertainers, the YouTubers who do reviews of Star Wars. No, that's their job. That's their thing. They cover entertainment. The news media wanted to talk about Star Wars because they didn't want to talk about the hostages that Hamas has. I want you to pay attention to the details. They wanted to talk about every news story except this one, that half of the hostages held by Hamas right now are dead. More than half out of 116, 66 of the hostages are now considered dead. We thought it was 40. It's now 66. The odds are that every single American that was taken hostage on October 7th of 2023 has been tortured and sexually abused to death. Let that sink in. They were tortured to death. And I know, and for all of those leftists who are saying, but Mike, they could have died because of Israel. It's maybe Israel's fault. If it were Israel's fault, Hamas would have told you about it. They'd have given you they would have given you videotape. They would have given you every document. They'd have given you witness after witness. They would be lining up people to explain in explicit detail how Israel screwed up and how it was Israel's fault. We know this because when 3 hostages did die because of Israel, they did go out and give us every piece of evidence that could be found, that could be independently verified. They gave us everything to prove that Israel did it. That's not what's happening now. 66 of these hostages were killed by the torture of Hamas, and they can't blame it on Israel because there's no evidence of that. They can't even lie and say it's Israel's fault because they have nothing to prove it. If they were going to, they would have done it already. No, this is their actions, and they are terrified. And this, I believe, and I've said this on the show before, but for new people who may not have seen this, or someone who is not paying attention, the reason why I believe that Hamas will not have a ceasefire is the one condition that they are looking for is immunity. They do not want to be held responsible for killing 22 Americans. They don't want to be held responsible for killing 17 Brits. They don't want to be held responsible for killing 9 Australians. They don't want to be held responsible for all of the hostages that they killed because of torture and sexual abuse. Something that if the public was aware of this, if the public were made aware and given a chance to pay attention to these details, that there would be outrage. Think about it. They are absolutely terrified that the United States, a nation that was willing to drop nuclear bombs across the entire Middle East in 2001, and we were damn close to doing that. We were very close to just dropping nuclear weapons across the Middle East because of the terrorist attack against American citizens. Now, we're talking about not just a terrorist attack of 34 Americans, which has been downplayed. but 22 Americans were tortured to death. This includes women that were tortured and sexually abused to death. Do you think that the American cowboys, that they like to call us around the world, the Americans who believe in overkill, that there is no bomb too big, there is no gun too big to fire, do you think those crazy Americans, do you want to tell them that you just tortured their men and women to death? They are terrified of what the response will be. Thus, they want a guarantee of immunity. But so far, Israel will not give them immunity. So far, the United Kingdom won't give them immunity. I think the Biden administration will. But since no one else will give them immunity for torturing their people to death, that is what Hamas is holding out for. And so I'm just letting you see. And this is now going around. You will not find this. I was looking before the show. This is news that came out on the 20th. MSNBC hasn't covered it. CNN has not covered it. You have to go overseas at The Guardian. You have to look at, this is from the Foundation of Defense Democracies. You have to go to these think tanks. You have to go overseas to The Guardian. You have to go over to the Israeli Times, to the Hindustan Times. You have to either go overseas to overseas news to find out about American hostages, or to a think tank. Because MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, the New York Times don't want to talk about this. It's not that it didn't happen. They don't want to tell you about it because you might not vote the way they want you to vote. And when you go through this, I mean, think about it. Here it is. According to, and I'm quoting now, according to U.S. intelligence, the Biden administration says that, based in part on information supplies by Israel, 50 hostages remain alive. 50 out of 116. A further 66 believed to have died, 25 more than was assumed in earlier estimates. So this is more than a 50% increase. In total, about 116 of 251 hostages seized by Palestinian terrorists, by Hamas, during the October 7th atrocities remain captive, both alive and dead. This includes at least 8 remaining Americans. The numbers don't add up. They took 22 Americans. The media is now talking about 8 Americans, which includes 3 Americans that were dead. And there's 3 Americans that came back initially. So the Biden administration bought 3 Americans for over $105 million of aid. That got us 3 hostages. 3. Okay, so that brings you to 19. And now there's 8. What happened to the other 11? Again, the news media does not want to talk about this. Dow, you switched over to Rumble. Okay, Dow says Hamas won't, though. They want to be held blameless for their acts of terror. I know, that's why the ceasefire hasn't happened. They could have done this months ago. They could have done this in November. They could have done this in December of 2023. They could have a ceasefire anytime they want, instantaneously. Hamas doesn't want it because this is what they have done. Because they know the world is going to react to this. There is going to be a backlash. They know that. And they don't want to deal with the backlash. They want to be held immune. And that's the problem. And this is something that you're not hearing from Harvard, you're not hearing from Columbia, you're not hearing from UCLA or Cornell or Binghamton University. The colleges don't want to talk about this. The kids protesting AOC right now, the Democratic Socialists of America, don't want to talk about this. Everyone who is pro-Hamas does not want to talk about this. But you should. I think it's very important. Speaking of what's happening in the Middle East, speaking about Gaza in particular, and talking about Hamas and all the support the Biden administration is giving to Hamas because he needs the votes. Joe Biden needs the votes in Michigan Michigan is a toss-up. Michigan, he's actually losing to Donald Trump. It is very close, but he needs 101,000 votes from the Dearborn, Michigan Democrats. He must have them. Those are progressives. They all vote with Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. They are very progressive, very pro-Hamas. And to get their vote, he had to build a pier. It cost not $203 million. Notice they now have the number. According to The Guardian, they now want to say it only cost $230 million. No, it cost $320 million. $320 million. They changed the number because England gave the United States $90 million after the fact, after it broke down the first time, to try and hide the numbers, to make it look smaller, so it's not quite so big, to make it look like the Biden administration wasn't the only one involved, that this isn't Joe Biden's mistake. It's everybody in the world was in on this and supporting it. That's why only the American government paid for it. It's why the American government is the one, Joe Biden's the one who came up with the idea. We're the ones who built it. We're the ones who put the supplies together. We're the ones who are fixing it constantly. It was our money in the first place. Yeah, this isn't a global effort. It's a United States Joe Biden effort because Joe Biden needs 101,000 votes in Michigan because of Dearborn, Michigan. That's it. So $230 million, which doesn't count the fact that this thing has broken down more than it has been operational. Every other week, virtually, it breaks down. It breaks apart, and it has to be fixed. We keep taking it apart and fixing it for more days than it actually is working. And that is a problem. It's been working for about 12 days. It's been in existence for 30. Think about that. We spent $320 million, not including the 3 times we've had to repair this. 3 times that we've had to repair this. So that means we're talking at least $400 million. We got back $90 million. Let's call 100. It still cost us $300 million that could have been used to take care of the homeless, that could have been used to take care of veterans, that could have been used to feed the homeless or to feed children. Name your progressive idea. $300 million would have made a difference. And instead of spending it on that, and what we spent it on something that doesn't work, that only works for 12 days out of every 30 days, that is continuing to drain money. And by the way, that is inflationary. That increases the inflation in the United States and helps the rest of the world be in a recession. So it is a complete failure. Do you see why MSNBC doesn't want to talk about this? Why CNN does not want to have this conversation with the American people? Why the major news media, they want to avoid this, that they do not want to have these details? Why I have to go to The Guardian to get the details about what America is doing with your money and how they're failing to get the American hostages. Look at this. These are the facts that we are seeing around the world. The world knows this, and the world is paying attention to the details here because it matters. Because what the world is seeing is Joe Biden will do anything to get to try and win the 2024 election. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the Americans. If he was really, seriously, if he cared about the Americans, if he cared about the hostages, he would be screaming up and down in the news media. He'd be out there publicly threatening Hamas and Iran, who are truly the bosses behind all of this, saying, give us back our people, or else we're going to, you think Israel is bad? The Americans are going to get involved, and we're going to crush Hamas to get our people back. That's a threat that they would be terrified of. If Joe Biden actually cared about the American hostages, that's the threat. You want to have a ceasefire overnight. Forget about Israel. Israel isn't your problem. The United States is. We want our hostages back, and we will get them back alive or dead, probably dead because you probably killed them already. We're going to get them by the end of the week. The United States military, all of it, will be focused on Gaza to get our hostages back and kill all of Hamas. You think we were stupid and crazy when we went after Al-Qaeda and ISIS? You have not seen anything yet. We're going to get our hostages back. I guarantee you, if that was the threat coming from Joe Biden, and probably will be the threat that comes from Donald Trump, then you will see those hostages handed back the next day. Because no one wants to wake the sleeping giant. Japan learned what happened when you do that. ISIS and Al-Qaeda learned what happens when you do that. Does anyone disagree with me? Is there anyone who, now that you are learning these details, and it is getting worse and worse, the longer that this is going on, these 66 individuals, these hostages that have been killed by the terrorist Hamas, didn't have to die. Many of those people, can't say all of them, many of those people, especially the Americans, could have been saved. They could be home now if the Biden-Harris administration had any kind of balls whatsoever. If they simply said, give us our people or else. If they seriously were worried about anything except the 2024 election. If they were less worried about the politics and more worried about the people, we'd have our people back. But this is what happens when politics is more important. I truly find that upsetting that the news is getting worse. You don't know, folks, how much over the last 8.5 months, how I've been praying to be proven wrong. How I've been praying for the Biden administration to suddenly have all these people back overnight, which, trust me, Joe Biden wants these people back. It will give him a boost in his ratings. He's been suffering because of his failures since he ran away from Afghanistan, and he knows it. He's been losing the 2024 election since August 15th of 2021. He has been failing and losing since that second. He wants to get these hostages back alive. He wants them back alive because that will help him in the election. But I don't think he thinks they're alive either, which is why he doesn't want to talk about it. That's my opinion. Now, again, if someone thinks I am wrong, if you think I misunderstand, I'm happy to hear that. But I want you to understand that Joe Biden is running away everywhere. He ran away from the Taliban in Afghanistan, ran away, and everyone in the world laughed at Joe Biden. And that was a flag, that was the signal, the domino that said, okay, Russia can go into the Ukraine. Why? Because Joe Biden will run away. That's when China, it was after Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan, then China said they're going to use force to take over Taiwan because Joe Biden is weak. That's when we've seen since that time that China is picking on the Philippines because the United States won't stand up for our allies, because we won't even stand up for our own people. All of the problems that have happened, the 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine, 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, 16,000 Americans in the Sudan, all thrown away, 40,000 Americans in Haiti, thrown to the wayside. No one talks about it because Biden won't do anything. He doesn't care. And he has been running away as fast as he can. And look at this. And now the Houthi terrorists, Houthis, we're talking smaller and smaller groups. The terrorist organizations are getting smaller and smaller, and they're still kicking Joe Biden's ass. The Houthi terrorists chased Joe Biden out of the Red Sea. Now, you may say, Mike, but that's not the way the story's going. The aircraft carrier, the USS Eisenhower, it didn't get attacked. The USS Eisenhower has been at sea for 8 months. Its rotation has been extended. It's time for it to come back home. That's just normal. That's not how the Houthi rebels are talking about it. The Houthi terrorists, the Hamas and Hezbollah, they're not talking about it that way. Iran, they're not talking about it that way. They're saying, look, the Taliban chased Joe Biden out of Afghanistan. Joe Biden wasn't strong enough to stand up to Russia, and they went into the Ukraine. China doesn't give a damn what Joe Biden says. That's why they're threatening Taiwan and the Philippines as we speak. And now the Houthis are going to say, and we kicked Joe Biden's ass. The aircraft carrier Eisenhower ran away. They left the Red Sea. We didn't beat the Houthi terrorists. There are ships that are being struck as we speak. As we speak today. This is from NBC News. Yemen's Houthi, they're not rebels, they're terrorists. They say rebels because it sounds better. It doesn't sound, terrorist tells you who they are. They're the bad guys. No, they're using rebels. So it doesn't sound like Joe Biden has a responsibility to do something. No, they're terrorists that are attacking Americans and others. But anyway, Yemen's Houthi terrorists target ship in the Gulf of Aden as the Eisenhower aircraft carrier strike group heads home. In other words, the Houthis chased away the Eisenhower. America is running away. Joe Biden is running with his tail between his legs, just like he did in Afghanistan. Just like he ignored the Americans in Sudan. Joe Biden lost again. From this article, meanwhile, the U.S. military ordered the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, the aircraft carrier group, leading America's response, against the Houthi terrorists and their attacks on all shipping in the Red Sea for the last 7 months. Remember when in January, after 4 months of these attacks against U.S. vessels and English vessels and Japanese vessels, all of our allies being attacked by missile after missile, bought with money that came from Joe Biden's administration in 2021 when he said the Houthis are no longer terrorists and gave them money, your tax money. They turned that around to buy missiles that they are now attacking people with. Joe Biden said, oh, we're going to stop them. Remember that? This is in February. He said, oh, we're going to be having strikes and we're going to respond and we're going to stop them from firing these missiles at these ships. That was February. It's now June. That's 5 months. And guess what? The Houthis haven't stopped. They don't care. But you know what has stopped? The United States defense of the Red Sea, the United States defense of all of our ships and our allies' ships. That did stop. Joe Biden failed. He ran away. He's running away because of the politics. And even if that's not 1,000% correct, that is the message that the world is hearing. That is the message that the world is talking about. That the Houthis, the Houthi terrorists, beat America's military under Joe Biden. That America's aircraft carriers, one of the most terrifying weapons of war. You could take over countries with an aircraft carrier. Literally. You can wipe out cities with one aircraft carrier. They are immense messages of power. That's why we only have 12 of them. We don't need more. 12 is enough to dominate the world. 12. And 1 is enough to terrify any country on the face of the earth. And the Houthis are saying they chased it away. That Joe Biden turned tail and ran, just like in Afghanistan. That is the message that the world is hearing. Think about that. If that is the message that the world is hearing, do you think that the world is safer or less safe? Do you think that when the Houthis say, we chased away the aircraft carrier and it is on its way home, it's already in the Mediterranean, it's already out of the Red Sea, they have left. The Eisenhower is no longer in the Red Sea. They're somewhere in the Mediterranean. They're on their way home. And the Houthis are saying, look, we're still attacking ships. They didn't stop us. We stopped them. The Houthis are saying they are more powerful than Joe Biden and the U.S. military because Joe Biden blinked. Joe Biden ran away. He tucked his tail and ran off. What do you think the rest of the world is saying? Do you think that they care that the Eisenhower needed repairs or that it's been out for 8 months? No, they're saying, where's the American ships? Where's America? I thought you were leading. Let me clarify something else that's important about this. In this article, as you read through, what you find out is there is another American aircraft carrier that is coming in. Kind of. You see, right now where is it? The Roosevelt, here's. The San Diego-based USS Theodore is going to take the place of the Eisenhower. Okay, so the Roosevelt's coming in, the Eisenhower is going out, except the Eisenhower is already gone. And the Roosevelt won't show up until after it gets done trying to make a statement against China in South Korea. So we have to finish looking strong against North Korea to make our allies in South Korea feel safe. Once we're done doing that, then we're going to see a U.S. aircraft carrier go back to finish the fight with the Houthis. Gee, what does that sound like? Does it sound like Joe Biden is terrified of the Houthis? That he's afraid to finish the fight? That he's afraid to send his aircraft carrier in? Because what should have happened is the Eisenhower's in the middle Mediterranean and the Roosevelt is coming into the Red Sea. That should be happening at the same time. That's switching off. That's rotating our aircraft carriers to maintain the protection of the shipping lanes, to protect our allies, to look like we're strong and that we haven't given up. That's not what happened. The Eisenhower is gone. There is no American military presence in the Red Sea. And we promise that eventually, at some point in the future, sooner or later, well, our ship that's protecting Southeast Asia, our aircraft carrier that's currently protecting South Korea and trying to threaten China in the Philippines, yeah, they're eventually going to lose that. Which means that your Asian policy is failed too. Because right now, Korea's going, oh yeah, you look strong and it's really great that you have an aircraft carrier here to protect us today, except it's going to be gone tomorrow. You've already told us it's not going to stay here. We're not actually going to protect anyone. The ship is going to leave. So it defeats the point of why you have the aircraft carrier in Southeast Asian Sea right now. It defeats the purpose of being over by Korea as we speak. You've already given up. You've already said it doesn't matter. They're going to leave. I don't know. Maybe it's me. But I find this incredibly upsetting. Because it is showing us directly that the Biden administration, not only do they not care, they're playing politics. And all of our allies do not trust him. All of our allies are less safe with Joe Biden at the helm. That's the conclusion they come to. Every time we do something, we do it half-assed. There's no true conviction to it. There's no substance behind it. Oh yeah, we sent an aircraft carrier to South Korea to show that we support South Korea, except it won't stay there. Well, then we really don't have that much support of South Korea, do we? If the ship's only there for show, and it's going to be there for a week, yeah, it looks real strong and tough for the week, and then it's gone. And we no longer look like we're staying there. We're not protecting our ally. It means nothing. This is why Japan is building its own military. It's why South Korea is becoming the fourth largest arms manufacturer in the world. It's the reason why Philippines has been begging the United States for 2 years now to go back into the Philippines and reopen our military bases. Begging us for this for 2 years because China has been attacking them. And gee, it's gotten so bad that the Philippines doesn't even care anymore. The Philippines has so little faith in the Biden-Harris administration, the Philippines won't invoke a mutual defense treaty with the U.S. after the Chinese confrontation. Okay, so right now, the Chinese are in conflict with the Philippines, which has been happening for 3 months now. For 3 months, we have seen and heard that the Philippines is having a problem with China. And the Philippines has asked for 3 months for the Biden-Harris administration to do something, to stand up and to support the Philippines against China, to get China off of the Philippines' back. They've been asking for 3 months. They have a treaty, just like Japan does, that guarantees the treaties that the Philippines and Japan have with the United States, says that the United States will defend them regardless of whether they are right or wrong. Doesn't matter. They could be the good guys, they could be the bad guys, it could be a misunderstanding, it doesn't matter. The United States guarantees through our treaty that if they are in trouble, we will back them. That's what the treaty says. Same thing for Japan. Doesn't matter if Japan is the good guy or the bad guy. No matter what happens, we, by treaty, must stand with Japan. They are our ally. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter. That is very powerful. That is very important. But no one has faith in it. The treaties aren't worth the ink the paper is on under the Biden-Harris administration. No one thinks. For 3 months, with that treaty in place, the Philippines has been waiting for the Biden-Harris administration to do something, to live up to the treaty. Now they don't even care anymore. It doesn't matter. They know that the Biden-Harris administration isn't going to do anything because Joe Biden is worried about the election. And it looks bad for him to live up to the treaty, to stand up to China, to use or to make it look like he's willing to use force when he has an election on the line and Biden is losing that election. Now, does anyone dispute what I am saying? Oh, we have Democrat Mike is with us. Hello, Democrat Mike. And Democrat Mike says, Trump supporters are losing their minds over some of the recent polls with Biden ahead. I'm here for it. Democrat Mike, you really don't understand what's going on with the polling, do you? I'm sorry to blow your bubble here. I'm sorry to make you understand. Biden's losing. Still. I know. Let me make it easy for you. Since you put this in the comments, and I thank you for the comment, and it has nothing to do with the fact that Biden has failed all of our allies, that he is failing in the Middle East, he is failing in Asia as we speak, that our allies have no faith or confidence in us, that the hostages are no closer to coming home because of the Biden-Harris administration and its policies, its policy failures. So you want to take us away from that, you want to distract us from that, and you want to say, oh, well, on Twitter, a bunch of people on Twitter are saying that, Joe Biden, he won a poll. He's doing fantastic. Republicans are terrified. Republicans are scared. Republicans are worried. This is real clear politics. Neutral. Credible. Internationally credible. Absolutely neutral. An aggregate of all the polls that are out there. All credible polls. And so what you're pointing to is the Fox poll, which was June 14th to 17th. And it showed Biden up by 2. There's also a Morning Consult poll that same day that had Biden up by 1. Yes, I understand that. Democrat Mike. And what happens when you look at all of the polls recently? Every poll from June 4th to June 17th, what do you see? Biden's losing. What do you see when you look back over time? When you look at all the polls, not just one poll, not just one aberration, what do you see? Because what you see hasn't changed. Hang on, I'm checking to see if... Did we just get a call? No, not yet. Hang on, I'm getting a message. Who's sending me a message while we're in the middle of the show? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, someone's telling me about what's happening with AOC. I know. But when you look at the polls, and this is the reality, Mike, okay? Democrat Mike, I want you to see the truth. Because I understand there's Twitter and there's the messaging from the Bidens and the Democrats. And they want you to believe that they have a chance, that America is supporting them. It's not real. Trump versus Biden, look at all the polls. And when you look at them consistently over time, you will see that Joe Biden isn't winning. He isn't even close. Well, it is close, but he's been consistently losing. He hasn't been leading at all. You're looking at one poll. I'm looking at all of them. But I know what you'll say. But Mike, it's not just Joe Biden and Donald Trump in this election. There's also Jill Stein, who's with the Green Party. And, you know, she's always in an election, but she could have a chance. Or, Cornel West, he's pretty popular. He was in the Matrix movies. He's popular. He's running. He's popular as an educator with the academics. He's a socialist, communist. So he could possibly get some votes there. And, well, of course, there's RFK Jr. And RFK Jr., he's absolutely taking votes away from, we hear the left, the news media say, he's taking votes away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is losing votes because of RFK. All the Republicans are going to RFK. This is what we hear from the left. That's not the truth. Because when you look at the five-way race, Libertarian candidate is going to get 1% or less. Chase Oliver he's out of the race. He doesn't count. Literally, Oliver West and Jill Stein are getting more votes than he is. He doesn't count. So when you look at what RFK is doing, yeah, Trump is winning even bigger. It was a close race, about 1 point on a head-to-head Trump versus Biden. When you look at everyone involved in the race, all of a sudden, we see Donald Trump is winning by more votes, not less. He's winning with a bigger margin, not less. In fact, his margin goes up to 2.2. It averages about 2.5. So he doubles his lead against Joe Biden when you actually look at all the data. So, Democrat Mike, you're wrong. And you're misinformed. Let me see the comment here. So, Democrat Mike responds to that and says, there were a couple of other polls too. Actually, no, there was one other poll. Not a couple, there was one other. The funny thing is that most Trump supporters think Trump wins 100%. That's not the case. Now, I guarantee, no one who's looking at politics, especially since 2020, thinks there's a 100% guarantee of anything in politics. There's nobody who's looking at the polling and thinks that it's 100% anything. Anyone who is informed at all, even low information voters, don't believe what you're saying. Mike, you're just trying to Democrat Mike, you're giving an excuse to try and justify your feeling. It's not real. That's not what Republicans are saying. That's not what conservatives or libertarians, that's not what the average American independent, no one believes that. No one is saying that. You're saying that to try and justify the statement you made before. That's not real. Democrat Mike goes on to say, I think Trump has a good shot to win. I absolutely think he's going to win. But Democrat Mike goes on to say, but not a guarantee. No one believes there's a guarantee. No one. Who have you heard say it's guaranteed? Like, not someone being bravado, but legitimately going, look at all the data, it says it's a guarantee. Who have you seen say that? No one. There are people who say there is a consistency going back 2 years in the polling that Trump leads, and he continues to lead. And even after 34 convictions that many people feel was a kangaroo court, Trump still leads. There are many people, you see memes on this all the time, where people are saying, oh, by the way, would I vote for a convicted felon over Joe Biden? People are like, hell yes. I'd rather pick the convicted felon than Joe Biden, who isn't convicted and probably is a felon and is definitely corrupt. Would I pick, knowing, having seen 4 years of Trump, having lived through that, and living through Biden, 3.5 years of Biden, which one would you pick? Well, everyone, the majority of people are saying, yeah, they picked Trump, even with 34 made-up felonies. And when I say they're made up, no one's ever been charged with these crimes before. Trump isn't. This is not something that deserves to be elevated. There's no reason why anyone else with a witness who perjured herself, with an eyewitness who is a criminal who perjured himself, that's not trustworthy. No other court case would that win. So Democrat Mike goes, I would pick Joe Biden. Well, why am I not surprised by that, Democrat Mike? Why am I not surprised that Democrat Mike would vote for Joe Biden? Of course you would. You've made that clear a long time ago. He goes to say that most of these Trump supporters that they interview at the rallies have said Trump will definitely win. That's their opinion. Yes. And if you go to anyone's rally and you're asking any of their supporters, will they win? The answer is always going to be yes. If you go to a Cornel West rally and you ask one of Cornel West's supporters, will Cornel West win? They will say yes. I mean, that's just, if you go to the Libertarian Party, you go to a Libertarian rally, and if you ask supporters of Chase Oliver, and you ask them, is Chase going to win? Chase Oliver's supporters will say yes. That is the least credible answer you can get. So the news media, who gets to pick and choose, how many interviews did they do? I know that when I was at the Trump rally, I was interviewed 4 times. 4. And I know for a fact only one of those interviews was actually published. And of course, that was from overseas. That was the Daily Mail that actually published it. So interviewed 4 times, only one of them got published. That was with overseas. That was the overseas British media that actually published it. So what do you say? By the way, Democrat Mike, I say this to you every time you come on. Call in. It's real easy. 929-715-8569. You want to talk about this? This is ahead of time. I wasn't going to be talking about domestics in the election in this way, but you're making this case. And you want to convince the audience that Joe Biden is such a superior candidate. And you're using these tropes, you're parroting the headlines that are coming from the left. But when you do that, and I show the evidence that says you're wrong, when I walk through what you are saying and it is illogical, then you just get upset and stop typing, but you never call in. Call in. But I mean, that's like the worst literally, I'm steel manning your argument, by the way. Not straw man, steel man. I'm giving you the steel man version of your argument, and it is ridiculous. You realize that, right? I love this. Democrat Mike goes, I'm not even a big Joe Biden supporter. Yes, you are. If you're a supporter of Joe Biden, you're a big supporter because very few people support him. But he goes, I want somebody who's younger, okay, and more liberal. You want someone who is even further to the left than Joe Biden. You want a socialist. That's essentially it. So Democrat Mike wants a socialist. There you go, folks. Yes. Oh, you're saying yes. Democrat Mike responds, yes, I have correctly understood him. He wants a socialist. Have you ever lived in a socialist nation, Democrat Mike? When people say that to all those young people who say, I want to be a socialist. Socialism is such a great thing. Have you ever lived in a socialist? I don't mean a vacation. I don't mean you went there for a week. I'm not talking about a state-sponsored trip, because most people aren't going to get that unless you happen to be Jay-Z. No, I mean actually live like the rest of the people in that country in a socialist nation. I have. I lived 91, 92. I lived in Moscow as a regular person, not with any government, doing private business. Lived in Moscow, 91, 92, saw the coup attempt in Moscow with my own eyes. I was standing in front of the White House on Kutuzovsky myself, watching the tanks roll down the street, okay? I have been there for over a year in Moscow under the Soviet system. You don't want socialism. It is, yes, it has wonderfully pretty language about everything they promise they're going to do. And then there's the reality. And I've lived that reality. I've talked about it many times on this program. It has nothing to do with the pretty words that they write on the paper. The reality, there's a reason why the number of people trying to get out of socialist nations to come to America dwarfs, is 10 times larger than the number of Americans that want to go to a socialist nation. 10 times as many people want to come from China into America. There are 10 times as many people want to come from Cuba or Venezuela or the Soviet Union and become Americans. 10 times as many. It tells you something. You know, by the way, it's okay that Democrat Mike wants to be a socialist. I'm fine with that. You are lucky that you are in America because you have a choice. But if you were in a socialist nation, if you were in a communist nation like China, if you were in a socialist nation like Venezuela or Cuba or North Korea, you wouldn't have a choice. You wouldn't have that freedom. You couldn't say, you're whatever the government tells you to be. That's socialism. But no one should pick on him for being a socialist. That's okay. I don't mind. My audience is diverse. And I don't mind that he wanted to tell us what the parrots are saying over at CNN and MSNBC, what the DNC is trying to push to try and convince people. They don't have anything to show. Notice how they edit the information. Oh, Joe Biden was winning in a poll by Fox News. Oh, yeah, one time, recently. By the way, don't pay attention to the other 15 polls that were taken in at the same time frame by credible news agencies. And they all went, and almost every single one of them said, oh, yeah, it's going to be Trump. Oh, don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to what the rest of the world is doing. Here's a snapshot that they cropped down to show you just that one little thing. Only look at that one. Doesn't matter how big the picture is. Just look at this one single pixel. Okay. You know what? But, God bless you, Democrat Mike. You try to make your case. You fail. It's horrible, but you try. And I can respect that. You're an American. You get the right to make choices, even bad choices. I support that completely. I respect that. I just think you're out of your mind. I can't understand it. And again, what have we been talking about? The consequences of the Biden-Harris administration, which is 34 Americans that were killed by Hamas, 22 Americans that were taken hostage and tortured by Hamas. We believe, based on the latest news coming from the United States intelligence, is that all those Americans are dead. They were tortured to death by Hamas. This is all because of the Biden policies. We have eight Tajikistani individuals who are members of ISIS that entered into America a year ago because of the Biden policies on open borders. The Democrat open border policies allowed 8 terrorists into America for a year. We know that 169 terrorists attempted to get into America and failed. We know at least 8 of them succeeded, and they went to New York, they went to California, they went to Portland to be part of the left and try, and God knows what they're trying to do, but they're ISIS terrorists who want to kill Americans. That should concern you. That's the Biden administration. That's the benefits that you're getting from the Biden administration. Inflation is up for everyone across America. Poor people are more poor today than they were under Donald Trump at any point. They're more poor today than they were under Obama because of the Biden administration, because of the inflation that he has brought forward. And the country is worse off today than at any moment under the Trump administration or the Biden administration, or the Obama administration, with the exception of course, the lockdowns, which was the globe, had nothing to do with any one president or any one government. The world shut down in 2020. You can't blame that on Trump. You can't blame that on Sunak or any other politician around the world, or Boris Johnson, which would be the United Kingdom. You can't blame it on them, or Macron in France, Trudeau in Canada. None of them were individually responsible. The world shut down. So you can't blame that on them. So we have 3 years of Donald Trump versus 3 years of Joe Biden, and you are absolutely, empirically, factually better under Trump than under Biden, just in the same way that empirically 3 years of Trump versus 8 years of Obama, you're better under Trump. It's just a reality. I mean, I understand the left has a problem with that, but that's just a reality. Joe Biden has been kicked out of and ran away from Afghanistan. He got kicked out of the Sudan. He's now getting kicked out of the Red Sea. Everyone in the world is watching this happen, and everyone's looking at America become a laughingstock. Our military is being ignored because of the Biden-Harris administration, because he runs away, because he thinks it will help his votes. And our allies no longer trust us. That's Japan, that's the Philippines, that's happening with Poland, Israel. It's really sad. By the way, when we're talking about the failures here, let me just show you another quick thing here. You want to talk about, well, what about domestically? But no. But Joe Biden's been doing great. Like he's getting rural high-speed internet to people across America. No, he spent $42 billion. $42 billion. This is from the Washington Post, the left. $42 billion on rural high speed that no one has actually gotten. No one has gotten it. That's just one of the examples of the failures that the Biden administration has done. Just one. And this is coming from the Washington Post, the Washington Times. Biden has failed over and over and over again. And we can look at almost anything you want. In fact, in the second half of the show, that is what we're going to be doing. We're going to go through all of the various issues. But I wanted to cover the international to really point this out, that you have to go to The Guardian. You have to go to Israeli Times. You have to go, you could even look at Al Jazeera if you really wanted to go crazy, but you could look at the Hindustan Times, Japan Times. You could look at the newspapers all across the world, and you will see the information that the American news media doesn't want to talk about, telling you how little respect Joe Biden has in the world, how badly he is managing the United States, and how the world is less safe today because of what Joe Biden did in the past. He's making it worse and worse. We are getting closer to global wars because of this. Hello, Ms. Berry. I am happy to see you here with us. Now, if people want to disagree with me on that, it's perfectly fine. You can disagree and say, Mike, but I think you misunderstand. Fantastic. Show me the evidence where Joe Biden is seen as a strong leader internationally. Because he isn't. Not on any topic, nothing. He is seen as a follower and a bumbling fool around the world. People think they can take advantage of him in deals, and they do. They think that militarily he is laughable, and he is. And they do not believe that he is willing to stand up to any treaty with any of our allies, and he hasn't. That's bad. Ms. Berry says, hello, glad to catch you live today. Well, I'm happy that you're doing the same, and I'm happy that sounds like you've been watching the show separate of that. And I do try to come up with the facts as often as I can. By the way, folks, you can like, share, subscribe. That's all we ever ask for is like, share, subscribe. Subscribe especially in an election year where we get the most censorship, where we are, when Google and YouTube, their algorithms try to hide us the most because they don't want to have the conversation I just had with Democrat Mike. Not because it's not that I'm angry at Democrat Mike. That's the reason why he keeps coming back to the channel, because I don't treat him badly. I disagree with him. I can show him facts that refute his illusions, the messages that he's been fed from the left, and I can refute that and give him honest and real factual data that he can look up for himself to confirm. But I give him the evidence, and that's why he comes back to the program, even though Democrat Mike is a Democrat, and as he said today, he's a socialist. And he comes back to the channel on a regular basis. So, yes, even people on the left, yes, even libertarians, they can watch this program too. And we can have these conversations, as we should. Because we do not advance anything if we don't have these conversations. So, thank you, Ms. Berry, for bringing that up so I could mention that. I really find it interesting, though. We have seen so many failures from the Biden-Harris administration on so many levels, over and over and over again. And it's so troubling to me because it's all because he wants to win the next election. That's it. He just wants to get through to the next election. That's all he wants. It doesn't matter about how many people are hurt, how badly the economy is damaged, how much our grandchildren are going to suffer, how little faith our allies have in us, how much closer we're getting towards a civil war in this nation. He's willing to divide this nation, to destroy this nation, as long as he wins the next election. So long as Democrats can maintain power, they will say and do anything. If you don't think I'm telling you the truth there, let me point out something. In New York City, let me make sure you can see this real clear here, folks. So, New York City lawmakers urge the city, New York City, to cover in vitro fertilization for gay male employees. I want you to really pay attention to that headline. Think about that for a second. That the New York City Council is fighting to make sure that gay men get to have in vitro fertilization paid for by your taxes. Your taxes, not just in New York City, not just in New York State. This is coming, we're talking about federal money too. So everyone in America, every single American citizen will be part of paying to allow gay men, biologically gay men, to have in vitro fertilization. I was talking about this on the Friday live stream with the Liberty First Foundation, and we were having this conversation, and I was amazed by this. Oops. Wait a minute. And I was just, I couldn't get this through my head because this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But nobody really wants to talk about this. Nobody in the mainstream media wants to point out this is how they want to waste your money. By the way, let me make sure you see this. These are members of the New York City Council urged Mayor Progressive Eric Adams to extend insurance coverage in vitro fertilization, IVF, to gay men because they're part of the city, because they work for the government. You can never be left enough. We already know Eric Adams describes himself on CNN day after the election. He is a practical progressive. These are Eric Adams' words. This is how he describes himself. He is a practical progressive. He is far left by his words. And he is not left enough for the New York City Council, which is even further left. You can never be left enough. No wonder we see that Eric Adams is always pissed off, because once you're left, you can never be left enough. They're never satisfied. There's always more. And now they want to take your money. Mind you, we are losing $5 billion a year in New York City alone. New York City is not just bankrupt, it is crumbling. The infrastructure is being obliterated, just like in Boston, just like in Chicago, just like in Baltimore, because of the illegal aliens. The open border policies have destroyed the infrastructure. It costs $5 billion for these illegal aliens, 150,000 of them, and there are more coming because the door still stays open, because they're sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, and they're not closing the border, even as we have members of ISIS and Hezbollah that are entering the United States. They still keep the door open because they don't care about your safety. They care about their politics. Let's get that straight. And the money that we need for families, for kids, for the homeless, name your issue. You want to have green, renewable energy, that costs money. The money we could be spending on that green energy that the same left people love, well, that's $300 million you're not going to have. That's millions upon millions of dollars will not go to your favorite leftist ideology or wish list, because they're going to spend the money giving gay men IVF, in vitro fertilization. Now, I know this, I keep saying it like that because it's not about the gay men. I don't care. You're gay, that's on you. Live your life. I don't care. Are you dealing with a consenting adult? Fantastic. Live your life. I don't care what you do. It has nothing to do with me. And it has nothing to do with government. Except when you want something from me. When you want my tax money to pay for your lifestyle. And I have a problem paying for biologically men. You're a biological male. You don't have an uterus. This may shock people because it's science. Let's talk a little science. This is basic biology going back to 6th grade, maybe 7th grade. Basic biology. Men don't have uteruses. That is a scientific fact. It's irrefutable. It doesn't matter what you prefer. Your sexual preference has nothing to do with it. Biologically, absolutely, it is a fact. Medically, scientifically, absolutely, genetically, men don't have uteruses. Period. Full stop. If you are gay or not does not change. Men don't have uteruses. What do you need for in vitro fertilization? A uterus. So, gay men who do not have uteruses, men who do not have uteruses, want to have in vitro fertilization. Does this make sense to anyone? This makes no sense. And you can read through the article. Quote, and I will quote the article, as the definition stands, gay men cannot qualify for IVF, in vitro fertilization benefits. Gay men who do not have uteruses cannot qualify for in vitro fertilization benefits that require a uterus, even when they have the same need for IVF. You can't. A man can't have the same need for in vitro fertilization because men don't have uteruses. Period. Full stop. Cannot. As other employees and their partners, we believe this policy to be exclusionary and outdated. Well, one, it is exclusionary because men don't have uteruses. So it excludes men. IVF excludes men by its function, which is scientific. Preference, you can have whatever preference you want. Knock yourself out. Call yourself a toaster. I don't care. That's your preference. What you are is entirely different. That isn't subjective. That doesn't change. That is genetic. You are X. Men don't have uteruses. Therefore, trying to give them in vitro fertilization is a waste of money. I am absolutely sure, without any question, that there is some quack doctor out there that is willing to give men saline solutions, claiming that they're injecting eggs into their bodies, but it will be useless. There is no uterus. They will just charge stupid amounts of money to fail at the in vitro fertilization. You can't do this. This is dumb. Ms. Berry says, what? I thought that might have been fake news. No, it's not fake news. No. It's legit news. This is coming from, as I can show you, this is coming from the source is, oh, the wrong one. There it is. WJAR. This is legit news. This is from the United States. And this was also confirmed by Politico. Again. So it's also confirmed by Politico. This is legit. I don't go into fake stories. I provide the evidence. So you can go to Politico, you can go to WJAR, you can look this up, you can contact the New York City Council and ask them this. Yes, this is a real story. Ms. Berry says, the new remedy for women with heavy menstruation has been to give them a hysterectomy. If you ask me, they've been collecting uteruses for over the last 10 years. They may be, but you can't insert a uterus into a man. It will not function. I'm sure you can sew it into someone, just like you can dig a hole into a man's body and give him an extra hole, but that's not genetically useful. It's just a hole in your body. It's not, you're not actually creating anything. You can make it as functional as you want. It's not biological. It has no purpose. You can put a uterus inside a man. It doesn't matter. It's useless. It doesn't do anything. You still will not give birth to anyone. A man doesn't carry a baby. It's just science. It's just a fact. I know the left hates this. They lose their minds over this. They are so angry about this because it's a fact. And no matter how much they feel, it will never change. It is an immutable fact of life, period. And to waste money on the presumption of someone's feelings, and I understand there are employees that work for New York State and New York City that feel like they should be able to get this. I don't care. They can feel whatever they want. That doesn't change the facts, nor does it mean that my tax money, your tax money, should be wasted on their feeling. But this is why the left is so out of their mind. This is the problem with the left. They're crazy. Because they're like, oh, but I feel like this is what the left says. If you feel like you're a woman or a man or a toaster, then you are. But that doesn't change what you are. Because you may feel that you are a gay man and you want to have a baby. You can't. Just not going to happen. I don't care what you do. And you'll say, but I can have surgeries. Fantastic. Then you're a woman who had a bunch of surgery to look like a man, but you're still a woman. And if you want, I understand, they're like, oh, what? But I'm a man. I feel like I'm a man. Fantastic. You can feel like anything. You can feel like a toaster. Again, I'm not joking. There are people. When I say that, I know some people go, Mike, you're just being facetious. That's just... No, there are people in America who believe that they are toasters. There are people who believe that they are cats or dogs. They're called transracial. Transhuman. Excuse me. That's the term. Transhuman. Just like someone can say, I'm black, I'm Samoan. I could literally, according to the rules of the left, I can say that I am a Samoan woman right now. And you would have to respect me for being a Samoan woman. That's stupid because I'm not. And it's obvious and it's factual, but they feel. But if I feel it, you should know this. I don't know how you would know it unless I told you that today I decided that I'm going to be a Samoan woman. There's no way for you to know that. That's if you just guess that, go and buy a lottery ticket because your luck is running high today. But realistically, no. But there are people who think they're toasters. That doesn't make you a toaster. That doesn't mean that if I stick your finger inside an electric socket, you're not going to get electrocuted. I don't care how much you feel like you're something. You're not. There is still genetics. There's still the real world science out there. Now, you can feel like anything, and you can ask people to respect that feeling. You can ask that. You can't demand it. You can't force it. You can ask me to respect that, and I may or I may not. That's a choice that other people have. But you still can have whatever feeling you want. You can still feel whatever you want to feel. I don't have to feel what you feel. I don't have to accept what you feel. No one ever talks to the left, honestly. I mean, really. I'm talking about public figures, people who do political commentary. They're always trying to coddle these people and make them feel good. I'm sorry, it's not my job to make you feel good about your life decisions. And you have your feeling, and I don't care. Your feeling is yours. My feeling is mine. I don't need yours. You don't need mine. Live your life. And if you're not happy with your life the way you're living it, then you change your life. I don't have to change mine. I feel okay with my life. I don't need to change mine. I'm not required to change mine. There is no obligation for me to have any other feeling than whatever I want to feel. And if you don't like it, I don't care. Wonderfully, this is America. And people go, but Mike, you're just a jerk. Okay, then you have the right to have that feeling. And life goes on. Doesn't change anything. They hate that. They hate that. It drives them nuts. Let me see here. Let me catch up on some of the comments. User has been banned says, that wants to... did one of your comments get blocked there? User has been banned? Because it seems like you're in the middle of a comment here. That wants to heal all the time and close... Oh. Okay, you were talking about if you creates a hole in someone's body. Yeah. Wait until you look into Therian shifting. Therian shifting? I don't even know what that is. I've never heard that term. I don't know what that is. I got to look that up. I have to look that up because you've caught my attention here. Therianthropes. Okay, you mean therianthropes. Okay, folks, here we go. We're learning something here now. User has been banned, has forced us to learn something. What is Therian shifting? I've never heard of it, no idea, brand new to me. Shifts, or shifting are terms used when therianthropes have experiences that cause them to feel more like their stereotype in a non-physical manner. What the hell does this mean? Shifts are usually temporary, okay, but some Therians have reported feeling constant shifts, most commonly phantom shifts. I have no idea what this means. I'm not a dumb man. I'm pretty well read. I'm pretty up to date with a lot of stuff. None of this makes any sense whatsoever. Therianthropes may refer to human-animal shape-shifting in mythology. Oh, like lycanthropes, like werewolves. You're talking about werewolves. Wait a minute, people think they're werewolves? Is that what it is? That's lycanthropy. Lycanthropy, the affliction, a disease of turning humans into wolves. That's the classic Mary Shelley stories, like, you know, what was the TV? There was the movies that had that. Underworld. Yeah, lycanthropes. Okay? So this is what they're talking about. So shifts, or shifting are terms used for when werewolves have experiences that cause them to feel more like their wolf in a non-physical manner. I mean, I'm just substituting the words that we do understand for the ones that we don't. So, therianthropes are lycanthropes or werewolves. And what do werewolves shift into? Wolves. Okay. So, the term is when a werewolf have experiences that cause them to feel more like their wolf in a non-physical manner, temporarily. Really, someone needs medication. People who believe this need lots of medication, I think. This sounds like a mental deficiency, a serious mental deficiency, like someone needs to be on, I don't know, Prozac, something. I don't know. They need to be on Xanax. I don't know. Some kind of medication. Something is wrong with them. You're running around. You think, well, then again, that's like people who say, I'm a toaster. Okay. People who say that they're a toaster are the same as these people, and they all have a problem. Seriously, they have a problem. But there's video of people doing this stuff. Look, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. I'm not going there. And this is as far as I want. I hadn't heard that term before, so now everybody on the channel knows what the term is and knows that this is like a mental illness. There's something wrong with people. But I'm not going to go any further with that. Bringing this back, okay? Bringing this back to the main issue, which is that the left can never be left enough. Not even progressive Mayor Eric Adams, who's all in the open border, is more than willing to bankrupt New York City, to break the infrastructure, kicking families out of hotels and out of shelters so that illegal aliens can come in and get double the average annual income of American citizens. We spend $70,000 per illegal alien. We give them $70,000 in housing and food and clothing, and that doesn't count cell phones and cable that they get to live off of, rather than families, American families, rather than American veterans, rather than American kids who are homeless or the homeless. We're willing, Eric Adams will give all of that to an illegal alien like from Tajikistan, a member of ISIS, can come to New York City because of the open border status, come into New York City and get $70,000 a year because of Eric Adams, who says open borders, absolutely, so he can plot to try and kill Americans. This is crazy, folks, and they're still not satisfied with that kind of destruction of America. No, they have to destroy our society as well by saying that gay men need to be able to spend your money to get in vitro fertilization that cannot result in a baby. Literally, the city council has said, we ask that you take immediate action to extend in vitro fertilization benefits to gay employees. Think about this for a second. To gay employees and their partners under all the city's healthcare plans, and to agree to reimburse all of the gay men who have been denied in vitro fertilization that they don't have a uterus for benefits in the past because of the city's. It's discrimination. It's discrimination to not try to implant an egg in a uterus in a man that doesn't have a uterus, because men don't have uteruses. Period. Full stop. I don't know what the words are for this. No wonder the left is so pissed off. You can never go far left enough. There's always more. They will always ask for something crazy, something stupid, something that will break the society. That's literally, I believe they're doing it. They don't care. I don't think that the city council is saying we have to give men IVF because they have uteruses. No. They just want to break New York City. They just want to bankrupt New York City. They want to bankrupt the United States so that they can put in their socialist policies. They just want to destroy so that they can have everything rebuilt in their image, so that they can get what they want at your expense. You are going to pay to build their utopia, but their utopia doesn't work. It doesn't exist, and it doesn't work. It has never worked anywhere in the world. Everywhere they have tried socialism, it has failed. Everywhere. Every time that they have tried it, it has failed. It only lasts as long as someone else's money, to quote Margaret Thatcher. And that's the case that we see here. And they are trying to convince the next generation that, don't worry, if you feel, then obviously, then you just grow a uterus out of the blue and you can be pregnant. No, you can't. No, you can't. Period. Just physically not possible. Scientifically, factually, just not possible. It makes no sense to me. It boggles my mind. And think of the millions upon millions of dollars that we are wasting on this. That could be put towards anything. We all agree that children should be able to eat. We could be spending the same millions upon millions, tens of millions of dollars that will be wasted on this idea from New York City Council. We could be feeding kids. We could be helping the homeless get medication or treatment, or maybe get a job, get somewhere to live. We could be spending money on that. We could be spending money on thousands upon thousands of things. But instead, they want to waste money on this. I'm sure the 3 people in all of New York City, 8 million people in New York City, I'm sure the 3 people, the 3 gay men that want to feel like they could be pregnant, I'm sure they would love to have the $100,000 it's going to cost to fake feel pregnant. I'm sure that they want that. There's 8 million other people that we should be spending money on. that are a higher priority. And if New York City, like Chicago or Boston, if we were swimming in money, if New York City was making a profit, if we weren't just wasting money on these stupid progressive ideas, and we were a profit center, if illegal aliens actually made money, if they were at least if they were even half as important to the economy as we keep being told from the left that they are, if they're so much of a benefit, if they were half the benefit that we have been promised illegal aliens are, and New York City would therefore be profitable, that we would actually have we wouldn't have a deficit, we would have a surplus. If that were the case, and we wanted to waste $1 million of the surplus on this stupid idea, then I'd be like, oh, yeah, well, we got extra money. Why not? Toss some money at them. Yes, all three of them will be very happy. But you know what? We've got extra money, so, okay, we'll hold off on lowering the cost of the subway, of transit, for a year and let three people feel good about thinking that they can get pregnant. Okay, I can live with that. I can make that compromise in my mind. But we're not making a surplus. Everywhere that these social policies are put in place are places that are failing. You ever notice that? Does anyone ever notice that? The craziest ideas, the most radical of changes always come from places where socialism has failed, where these progressive policies have failed. Again, Boston, Chicago, New York, Austin, Boulder, Portland, Seattle, LA. You notice San Francisco. They're all going bankrupt, if not already bankrupt. They're all having their infrastructure fall apart. Not one of those are successful cities. But yet they are leading the charge in being more and more progressive. We need to be more progressive. That's the problem. We are losing money hand over fist. So the answer is, let's be more progressive and waste even more money on stupid things that don't benefit the majority of people. Yes, let's ignore anything that effectively helps the majority of people. Let's go and be hyper specific to help these four guys over here as we let our subway system fall apart. We let crime run rampant. People are being stabbed on the subway. They're being shot on the subway. They're being burned on the subway. Did you remember that 3 weeks ago? We covered that on this channel. There are people who are being set on fire in the subway. Rather than dealing with trying to make sure people aren't being set on fire in the New York City subway, perhaps that means we can put IVF for gay men, we can put that on the side, and maybe we should deal with the security in the subway system first. Maybe that would have the greater good, which is something the progressives love to say. It's for the greater good. Okay, well, the greater good says we fix the subway system and a dozen other things that are important before we ever consider IVF for men, in vitro fertilization. Is there anyone who disagrees with me on this? Anyone at all? Is there anyone left? Democrat Mike, I know you're still watching the channel. I know you are. You want to comment on that? You want to tell me I'm wrong about this? Is there anyone who identifies as a toaster that would like to tell me how wrong I am about this? Anyone? I'm sure there's enough people who watch this channel and watch the clips of this channel. There's 10 times as many people who watch the clips of this show than the actual show. Is there anyone who's seeing that and says, oh, I'm a toaster. I think you're wrong. Okay. Yeah, notice the dead silence happens every time. All right, folks. It's super hot. It is now 91 degrees. That's outside. Inside my studio right now, it is even hotter than that. It is well over 90 degrees right now. And I have a 13-year-old dog who needs to be walked. By the way, he got a haircut, so I'll probably let you guys see him with his haircut so you can see what he looks like. But we normally take a break for an hour, so that people can cool down, get something to eat, go to the bathroom, as I try and reset myself here. And I'm going to take the dog out for a walk, and then I'm going to come back and get some cool water. So we're going to take 1 hour break. We'll be back at, let's call it 5:45. 5:45, okay? We'll be back at 5:45, and then we can pick up, and we'll talk about the election. We'll talk about Trump, Biden, the status of vice president, the vice presidential predictions that are out there, some of the stats that are out there, what's going on with all of those races. Plus, we'll be talking about some other things with the White House and a few other things that are going on right now. So we'll take 1 hour. Hang on 1 second. There we go. So just put that there, and I have a conversation,
and we're going to be talking about. There's a lot.
This is from a few years ago, folks.
But to get
about
started,
2 years ago.
Let me start off with, hello everyone. This is Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier, here with you on No Soundbites Allowed. If it's the first time you've ever seen the live cast that we do, the channel handles politics in the long form. That means we talk about everything that's affecting you, and rather than giving you a soundbite, 30 seconds of information, a headline, which is often and almost always misleading, we actually try and talk with you and go over what's actually happening and how it affects you. That's the purpose of the show. That's the program. That's the whole premise. And we've been doing it for about 12 years now. So if you haven't seen the show before, I hope you're enjoying it. So we've been on, so people are starting to notice that we're here. So I'm going to start off really quick, just a quick message. First of all, we support our veterans, and I want you to know, Post 80 in Binghamton, New York, that is the American Legion Post 80, is going to be having a chicken barbecue on July 18th. Please support our vets. I support the vets. I want them to do as well as possible. And, by the way, just so you know, Post 80, wrong way. Post 80 also does takeout. You can order takeout from them. Please support our veterans. It's always important. By the way, Lacey Kestiger is here with us. And hey, Lacey, it's always good to see you. Thank you for joining us here. So I did want to get that out and let people know about that. And I see John is with us as well. And he says, hey, Michael, it's always good to see you as well. So I wanted to first start off with that little announcement there. And with that being said, and I do have one other surprise that's going to be coming up a little bit later in the show that I'll be talking about, which is going to be some great news. It'll be very interesting for a lot of people. But we have a lot of news to go over today. Oh my God, there's so much information out there. Juan R., we love you, Mike. Thank you. Thank you. I love you guys too. And as you may notice, I am paying attention to everybody. We get a lot of responses. You can respond by Twitter, by Facebook. We look for all of the comments that you have out there. And there it is, the chat. And so comments will come up and we'll be reading them off. Michael, how can I be as cool as you? John, you're going to take a couple of years. You'll get there. But I want to talk about a couple of big things that are going on. And probably one of the things that are really catching people's attention right now happens to be what's going on over with Goya. Okay. Now, a lot of people don't always know what is Goya. And I don't know if everybody knows who Goya is. And Goya is one of the biggest Spanish food distributors in the country, okay? They do a fantastic job with what they do there. And I love Goya. Goya Foods it's been something in my family. We've had it for many, many years. Actually, I'm just trying to fix one of my cameras here. Sorry about that. And I love their foods. Malta is one of their great. It's like a soda kind of root beer kind of drink. I love Malta. It's fantastic. And Goya it's a massive brand. It's number 2 in the nation when it comes to Hispanic foods. And they're getting a boycott. A lot of people may not have heard about this. The president of Goya came out and he said, hey, I love what the president is doing. He said the same thing when President Obama was in office. He's always very happy about anything that's going to help the Hispanic community. Obviously, as a businessman, that is his community that he works with. So he's always happy to hear that. And he's happy to mention that when the president is doing anything, whatever president is doing something that's positive for the Hispanic community, like jobs, then he's going to come out and he says it. And that's always been a positive thing. Well, if you may have heard, this time when Goya came out and said, hey, we support Hispanics, or Goya itself supports the president in helping Hispanics, the very next thing we heard is that across the nation, there were a lot of progressives who said we have to boycott Goya. I want to mention something really important about the boycott of Goya, which is, it's coming from you here, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's one of those who is against this. This is what they are against. And I want you to understand exactly what we're talking about here. What is it that Goya is against? Let's look at it. Goya is the boycott of Goya, I should say. What are they against in that? Well, the boycott is against Goya giving 200,000 pounds of food. We're talking about Goya giving 18,225 meals in New York City to students and families. We're talking about Goya donating toys to orphans. This is what they're against. This is what they are boycotting. They are boycotting Goya offering $20,000 for students learning how to become a chef. They are against Goya Foods hosting a chef competition. They're against 180,000 pounds of food that was sent to Venezuela. Venezuela, a country that became socialist, and in becoming socialist, went from one of the richest countries in all of South America to the poorest, where their people are running away from the country because they are starving to death and they are being shot by their socialist government. Hello. And Goya is going out there and feeding the people. This is what they are protesting. They are protesting against, I'm just running through. This is their press releases, and this is going back years and years and years. Goya Foods observes Holy Week because Hispanics tend to be very religious and very conservative. What a shocking announcement. This is not new news. What about the 61,265 pounds of food that was donated to New Jersey Devils and Prudential? They were voted America's #2 most loved food brand. 200 metric tons of food given to the people of Venezuela. $20,000 in culinary arts. Okay, I think we're getting the point here. This is what, when people say, I want to boycott Goya Foods, this is what you're boycotting. You're boycotting feeding nations, literally feeding nations. This is what the boycott is because, and the reason why, and this is important, why are they doing the boycott? Because the president said, the president of Goya said the president of the United States is doing okay for Hispanics. What a terrible thing. How dare any Hispanic have an idea of, one, being conservative, two, thanking a president for doing something good for Hispanics, for Hispanic Americans. This is where our nation has come to, that if you say you did a good job for Hispanics, oh my God, you picked the wrong political side, and I want to destroy your company that is giving away 2 metric tons of food who are starving from the very same socialism that the progressives are promoting. It is stupid. Those are the only words I have for that. That is stupid. That is the most stupid boycott I've heard about. Now, I'm not going to tell you you can't boycott. It is your American right. It is your privilege. Well, no, it's not a privilege. It's your right to boycott anything you want. If you think Rocky Road is better than butter pecan and you want to start a protest, go for it. If you think cat food is better than dog food, you can start a protest. I don't care. That's your right as an American citizen. But at the same time, we have to think about what are the consequences and what is the cause? What is the reason? Is it worth it to deny 2 metric tons of food to Hispanics in South America who are starving to death in socialism and being shot by their government? Is it good to take away the profit and the ability of that company to feed those people because somebody wants you to vote Democrat in 2020 in the presidential election? Is that worth the trade-off? Do you think that is justified? Let me look at the comments here. So a couple of the comments are, I see John mentions Goya Foods. Yeah, very epic. They're a great company. Ron Stafford mentions that white liberal boycott. Yes, it is a white liberal boycott for the most part, although Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and a couple of others who are Hispanic Democrats are saying that the boycott should happen. AOC stated, all Spanish people are black too. Oh, there it goes. Okay, sorry, technology. Vic Furman mentions that all Spanish people are black too. Kind of. There's been a lot of mixing, especially during the days of slavery. There were a lot of Puerto Rico, the Caribbean was a stopping point along the route from Africa to the United States. A lot of the indigenous people of Puerto Rico, the Taino Indians, were mixed in. I'm black and Hispanic myself, though not from its mom and dad, not the history of Spain, although probably is. So yeah, that's true. But at the same time, I don't care. Whether you identify as a black Hispanic, a white Hispanic, if you say you're only Hispanic, you're Latino, it doesn't really matter. Goya isn't in the business of saying, let's elect a president. Goya's in the business of selling food to people who need it and giving and donating food to Hispanics that need it and Hispanic nations that need it. And by having a boycott, which you can do if you believe in this, but what you're doing, and I want you to understand the consequence of what is going to happen. If this, which I don't think this boycott's going to be effective at all, and so far in the news media, it isn't. It's actually having the reverse effect that more people are going out and buying Goya, which tells you what the nature of the nation is right now. They're rejecting this boycott because Goya is a great company. But what we're seeing is, okay, they're saying we want to bankrupt this company so they can't feed Hispanics around the world. And if you think that's worth it, go for it. But please understand what you're doing. You're taking food literally out of the mouths of people in Venezuela. You're literally taking food out of the mouths of people across America. You are literally taking scholarships away from Hispanic kids across the nation. And if you think that's worth saying, I don't like President Trump, go for it. I don't think it's a fair trade-off. I think that's stupid. But if you think I'm wrong, guess what? You can see it on the screen right above. You can call in at 607-242-1582, and you can tell me why I'm wrong and why we should boycott Goya and stop them from being able to donate food to hungry people around the world because President Trump, orange man bad. I mean, I want to hear that argument. Please call in and tell me how I'm wrong on that. Or you can just text or comment, whether it's on Facebook or YouTube. And as you can see, we read it all off. So, because this is about a conversation. As much as I may lead the conversation, this is a conversation that we're going to have with you. Sorry, and I got a few things coming in off of Facebook. There's a few other things that I wanted to talk about here today. And I said, we have a lot that I want to cover, so I'm trying to get through a lot of information. One of the things I want to get into, also, something that a lot of people may not have heard about or may not be as familiar about. What about Michael Jordan? By the way, you can call in if you see if I'm jumping past something too fast. Please stop me. But I want to talk about Michael Jordan. And you may not have heard about this website, The Undefeated. Not a lot of people know about it, but Michael Jordan does. And a lot of people have been talking about Black Lives Matters, and I'm going to be talking more about it in just a few seconds. But I want people to understand, there's this impression out there, especially by certain people, like a gentleman by the name of Masai Andrews, who also goes by the name of Roderick Douglas, apparently on Facebook. And Roderick believes in the comment, here it goes, I want people to see this clearly. Roderick believes in the comment that if you disagree with his political statements, he will call you a name I can't say on YouTube or Facebook without this being shut down. But you can see the screenshot right there. That's how he decides that if you don't agree with him and you don't agree with Plot or Black Lives Matters, he wants you to shut up. And if you're black, he adds a wonderful little sound it out. You'll know what that racial slur is. That's kind of upsetting there. But what does Michael Jordan have to say about this? What did Michael Jordan think about this? What is he saying about this? Well, Michael Jordan just came out he had made a comment back in July 25th about this, and I think it's appropriate to read it again. And talking about how over decades he has seen law enforcement officers, dedication of law enforcement officers who protected him and his family. And he has great respect for their sacrifice and services. And he recognizes that for many people of color, their experiences with law enforcement may have been different than his, but he wants to speak up that we can come together as Americans and through peaceful dialogue and dedication and education, achieve constructive change. You know, that's an important message. That's a really important message to think about today. Okay, then it's coming from Michael Jordan, a black guy that some people I doubt Masai Andrews would be bold enough to say the same thing about Michael Jordan as he just did about me. Now, you may say, well, Mike, what does that have to do with anything that's going on anywhere in America? Especially as we talk about Black Lives Matters. Well, let's think about this for a second. What's going on with Black Lives Matters right now? We've got people who are going on out there and they're saying that, Black Lives Matters, and we're going to go into the streets. We're going to block traffic in highways. And we're going to go and tell people they're evil and racist if they don't agree. And they're even going to go so far, as to, where is it? Here it is. They're going to go so far as to kill people, as has happened. And not only am I talking about the child that died in Atlanta, which I spoke about last week, and there's an article I have on that, but also just a couple days ago, a young mom was killed because she had the audacity to say, all lives matter. Can you imagine that? Someone said, all lives matter, and they got killed. Is that insane? Is that where our nation has come to? They've gone beyond not just saying, hey, you're a racial slur, as was said by Masai. Oops, wrong one. Where is it? Where is that image? Nope. There it is. No. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Working with my technology here. Not only going from that racial slur, as we heard from Roderick Douglas, which is allegedly Masai Andrews, one of the political leaders of tomorrow. But no. It goes even further, that as we see reported in the Daily Sun, all lives matters equals death. This young woman was killed. A mother of a 3-year-old was killed because she dared to have a disagreement with someone who said Black Lives Matters. She said all lives matters, and they shot her. And you can check out this at the end of the discussion today, you'll see in the comments and the descriptions all of the links that I'm talking about and showing you right now. Now, it takes a British newspaper, The Sun, to say this, because if you look at what happened in WTHR in the United States, they say that a family downtown canal shooting, oh my God, this woman was killed because she had a conflict, but they won't talk about what was the conflict. Where is it here? In this article, walked along with friends, holiday violence. Ramirez said they were walking the canal around 3 a.m. Sunday when they got into a racially charged argument with another group of people, 4 men and a woman. Now, here's the thing and this is why this has not gone national. WTHR is reporting this as a racially charged argument with 4 people. Well, here's some of the things you may want to ask, and ask our news media. Okay, what was the racially charged argument? They know what it is because they're doing the interview. And they're asking some of the people who were involved in the incident what was going on. But for some reason, because you can't say Black Lives Matters is killing people, and they are, then they have to go with it's a racially charged incident. But if you look at some of the other news media that covered this very same event, they mention that this was, and here it is, from Fox 59 out of Indianapolis. The answer is Black Lives Matters, and she said all lives matter. From the news media. See, they're trying to hide the story. And you know what? That isn't helping anyone in America. And one of the first people to catch this was Timcast. And a lot of people like this guy. I think he does a pretty good job. He's on YouTube. And that's how I found it. And then I looked into it because he's saying no one in America was talking about it. And you know what? They really aren't. They're hiding this from you. And again, I have to ask a question. Is it worth hiding for the message of Black Lives Matters? For the message that comes out of, Roderick Douglas, otherwise known as, allegedly as Messiah Andrews of Plot here in Binghamton, is it worth it for their message to lie and not tell people that if you say all lives matters in America today, that's worth killing you? That's something that someone feels that they can get away with killing you just because you say something they don't agree with. My God, where has this nation come to? We have people who are trying to take over entire parts of cities. The Seattle Chaz, the Asheville, North Carolina, an attempted Chaz. In Atlanta, Georgia, they're taking over and trying to take over and make an autonomous zone there. Really? Because someone doesn't agree with another person's politics, because they're misrepresenting facts. And in Atlanta, a child was killed. An 8-year-old child was killed. And the news media doesn't want you to have national outrage on that. That's not important to report. This woman is killed. That's not important to report because they have an agenda. Just like they have an agenda when it comes to Goya. You don't need to know what this is going to impact. You don't need to know what's really important. What you need to know is you have to have the right political ideology. You have to know that you have to vote a certain way. And no information that might give you full ideas about what's going on, anything that's going to really tell you in context what's happening in this nation, well, that's not important because you may not vote the right way. This is a massive manipulation and it's destroying this nation. Destroying this nation. By the way, for everybody who's watching the program right now, everyone who's making comments, I would love to hear anyone, if you will, comment. Did you hear about this woman in Indianapolis a week ago who was killed because she said all lives matter? Is this the first time that you're hearing about that? Because it's terrifying. It's absolutely 1,000% terrifying. Where is our nation going? How can we do this? How can this happen in America? I don't understand. I don't understand it. And we're supposed to understand it's okay for people to do things like block off city streets. And I want to come back to this. According to Mike, I don't know Mike.com, but they're talking about 60 people have had cars driven into them. You may recall just recently a white woman was killed by a black driver of an automobile. He hit her by accident, it appears, and she died because she was in the highway. And the 60 people who've had cars driven into them during a Black Lives Matters protest, guess what? You're walking into a highway traffic, but it is the fault of the people who are driving, trying to get to and from work, see their families, live their lives. They're being stopped by these protesters. And if you accidentally hit them, and maybe some people did it on purpose, I don't know. But generally, if you walk into the middle of traffic in a highway, guess what? You're in the fault. It's your fault. And the media won't say, oh my God, these people walked into a highway and they're at fault. That's a crazy, stupid thing to do. And that's, by the way, not protesting because you're denying people the right to be able to go and live their lives and to go to and from work, maybe go to the hospital, take care of their family, whatever they're trying to do. But because you have a feeling, you get to destroy someone else's life. And if they happen to hit you because you just walked out into the middle of a street of ongoing, oncoming traffic, well, that's the driver's fault. Not your fault for recklessly trying to kill yourself. No, it's their fault because they hit you because you recklessly tried to kill yourself. Why is no one talking about this? I don't understand it. Why are we not putting this into perspective? And by the way, if you didn't hear about that, and I'm going to come to the comments in just 1 second, folks. By the way, on April 26th last year, no one really heard about this. If you do, you can sue. By the way, you can sue Black Lives Matters, the organizers, for recklessly driving, walking out and blocking traffic, endangering people's lives. You can sue for that. And I think many people should. This came out on April 26th of 2019, according to ABC News. And I hope that case is going to be resolved soon because an officer had to come out and try and protect people from getting themselves killed for walking into traffic on a highway. And the result was Black Lives Matter's members threw concrete at him and hurt him severely. I believe his jaw was broken, amongst other things. So there's your answer. It's just crazy. But again, something no one ever hears about in the news media. And we really should. Let me take a look here. So the comments, we got Jason from Bang. No, he has not heard about this. He did not hear about what happened to this woman in Indianapolis, being killed because she said all lives matters. Now, I happen to look at a lot of news media, both nationally and internationally, so that's why I was able to hear it. But it's just amazing to me. And Mama Papa says, USA is the pillar of the world, so everyone wants to destroy the USA. And the only way to do so, that is from the inside. So please don't let it happen. I don't want America to end. I don't want America to end. I think we have the greatest nation in the world. Even though we have stupid things like this, where Black Lives Matters comes out and they shoot someone for saying all lives matters. There are crazy, insane, violent people in America. There are. And some of them are liberals, some are not. Some of them are members of Antifa. Some of them are members of Black Lives Matters and Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. Some of them are on the alt-right. Some of them are just crazy people in between. They exist. But one of the things that we need to do is not to glorify one group of those crazy people and denounce all the others. We should denounce them all equally, because that is a matter of equality. If we have equality in America, when someone does something horrendous and evil, like killing a mom because they said something politically you don't like, then we hold them accountable and denounce them for doing that. When we hear people who say things like what was said by Roderick Douglas on social media, you hold them accountable for that racial insensitivity and racial slurs, and we call them out for that. That's how we stop that. Because if we don't, it all breaks down into chaos. It just gets worse. And my God, we need to call these people out for some of this racial insensitivity, these crazy things they're doing. You know what? If I tried to go out right now, and if I tried to take over, I don't know, my local block, and here I am in Southern Tier, New York, upstate New York, and if I tried to take over a block or two here, guess what? And I said, well, it's because I'm black. I'm going to get arrested because I should. That's, kidnapping, terrorism, treason. But yet, if I say, well, I'm with Black Lives Matters, it's okay. No, it's not. We need to call this stuff out. What's the matter with some of our elected political officials, especially the ones on the far left, the elected Democrats out there? We need to call these people out and say, denounce this stuff. Talk to your party and stop this. This is insane, because when you don't do that, someone dies. And sometimes that someone is an 8-year-old child. Matter of fact, I want to pull up that story. I'm going to pull that up in a second, just so you can see what I'm talking about, because I was talking about it last week, and I want people to see that link, just so you can see what I'm referring to here. And give me a second. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. So I'm not going to play the audio of it. I just want you to see what I was talking about. This was in the Terry Crews. I was talking about Don Lemon and Terry Crews, but the very beginning of that is talking about this child, come on, stupid screen, who is killed at Black Lives Matters because her parents decided to make a turn down the wrong street. And this was from the, what is this? This was from July 8th. The children are being killed. It's sad. And this is what happens when we don't stop the radicals out there. You may believe in Black Lives Matter. You may believe in the ideology of the socialist progressives, and that's fine if you do. It's America. You can believe that if you want to. But that line stops when we do violence. When we see violence going on in our nation, when children are being killed, I draw the line at that. I draw the line when the consequences of what's going on is going to deny millions of people, well, potentially millions of people throughout our nation and around the world for that matter, the ability to eat food, like with Goya. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe it's a good thing. We need to go out. Maybe we should be protesting everybody who's giving food to anyone in the world. Maybe we should allow radicals to go around and kill people because they don't agree with the ideas that they're hearing, because someone dared to say, I have a different opinion. I don't know. But I know it's not just happening to me, because it's happening to a lot of people. As you can see, this is a posting that came out yesterday from June 30th. It was a repost of a June 30th Twitter where David Curtin, who I don't know, I do not know the man, but he's talking about just because he happens to be a black conservative, apparently, a black Republican, or more importantly, someone who doesn't agree with Black Lives Matters, he was labeled words I can't repeat without, Facebook and YouTube instantly shutting this down. And I know exactly how he feels, because they're doing the same thing to me. And you know what? That's sad. That is sad. That we can't speak our mind, and we are being told, especially if you happen to be black or Hispanic, you can't think for yourself. You can't have an opinion for yourself. And if you do, you are a racist, and they're going to throw racist slurs at you. The very same racist slurs that they accuse someone of being a white supremacist if they use these words. And yet these very same words are used by these people against their own. That's sad. Mama Papa mentions what we need is a roundtable between leaders to stop this nonsense movement. Well, that would be interesting, and yeah, maybe that could work if we actually knew who the leaders were. You're talking about Black Lives Matters, progressive leaders of tomorrow, the far left. Who leads them? They are secret groups, secret organizations with a secret membership, with a secret agenda. We don't know what they stand for. All we do know is when they come out and they make racial attacks. And we also know that very often they will come out and they will use different names. They will use the anonymity given to them because of the internet, and they will use different names like a Roderick Douglass or a Rick Glass to go out there and to make attacks that they couldn't otherwise do. They will use terms and insult people and attack people and make people afraid to respond because, hey, they can get away with that. So you don't get a round table. There is no speaking to them because there is no them. They hide themselves. This is how they intimidate people. And it's really, really sad. And I'm really, really angry about this. You know, I was doing a lot of work, and I was actually going to go in an entirely different direction with this entire show today. And then I saw that, whoops, hang on. Hello, and thank you for calling into the show. This is Michael. How can I help you?
Hey, it's Jason.
Jason from Bing. He's one of our frequent callers on the program. And by the way, folks, you too can call in at any time and be able to speak on the show. Jason, and again, just for clarification, you are not Jason Garnar, the county executive of Binghamton. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, just you kind of segued into a couple things that I wanted to kind of tie into. It kind of relates back to some of the situation that's happening with over the Endicott, and they apologizing for the conversation about
Well, before you go further, let me let people know what's going on with that because that was one of the things on the list. So for people who don't know, a couple of days ago, a couple of members, a Republican and a Democrat, saw a post on social media that said "White Lives Matter," and they said, "I dare you to repost this," and they liked it. They actually liked the video. So elected politicians, both parties, liked a social media meme. Because of that, the Democratic Party of Broome County has asked for the resignation of one of their own elected officials and also the Republican mayor, and has threatened them they need to resign and kicking the Democrat out of the Democratic Party because they liked something on Facebook. Not because of any policy they did, not because of anything they have done for their constituents, not because their constituents are upset with them. No, because they liked a meme on Facebook that disagrees with the message coming out of the Democratic Party, which is you must accept the socialist Marxist ideology of Black Lives Matters. So yes, go right ahead.
Yeah. So let me ask you your opinion then of their response, and especially I think I put a little more stress on the Republican mayor there, considering that she actually now is kneeing to these progressive individuals. So what was your thoughts on her? And also too is what they're actually going through to I would call it reprogrammed.
Well, here's the thing. And I should also mention that the mayor of Endicott, which is Linda Jackson, her deputy mayor, Cheryl Chapman, who is the Democrat, they have both apologized publicly for this statement for this action they took, because they say that they did not know that there would be such a racial meaning behind it. They weren't thinking of it in that manner. They were thinking of it more as a all lives matter, not a racist white supremacist ideology, which, quite honestly, unless you're thinking in terms of race, unless you're thinking about this as a racist, saying that white lives matter must equal racism, that is an inherently racist statement, quite honestly. Because if you're saying that, then Black Lives Matters is a black supremacist statement. There's no difference. If you change the words, if I said that Asian lives matter, does that make it somehow about Asian supremacy? That's the message that they're putting out there. And one of the big tests about whether or not something is racist is to say, okay, let's change the term and see if it still fits. If I change that key word white to black or Asian or Jewish or gay, and does it mean the same thing? Does the context suddenly change? If it means the same thing all the way through, it's not a racist statement. If it does change, then it is a racist statement. So, or rather the other way around. If it stays, it's racist. If it changes, then it's not. So when I say gay lives matter, I don't think that anyone's thinking that that means that gays are supremacists. But somehow if you say whites are, then it is supremacy. That's inherently on the subjectiveness of the person. It's your mindset that changes the meaning of the words. And that's something we should keep in mind. So they apologize for this. I don't agree with that. I don't think that was the right move, because I believe every time we have seen people apologize to Black Lives Matters, they go ape crap, and they go out there and they ask for more, and they try and get more and more and more. So I don't think that resolves it. I don't think that stops them. I think that encourages them to do more, to attack more, and to ask for more, and to try and get more. And that doesn't help anyone, because it's not a benefit to constituents. If you have elected officials that are doing their jobs properly, then why should you get rid of them because of a misunderstanding? Especially when that misunderstanding is subjective to the people like Bridget Kane, chairman of the Broome County Democratic Committee. It's her impression that it's racist. It's her racist viewpoint on it that makes the statement racist. And therefore, she's going to keep going with it. And that may hurt the people of Endicott because of her miscommunication. That's a problem. So I'm very upset about that. I'm very upset that they have to go through this. And I know that they're going through a racial sensitivity training. And I know the individual that I've actually interviewed, the gentleman, Mr. Lawrence Parham, who formerly used to be a member of Black Lives Matters back 4 years ago before he left that group. And I've done an interview with him on that. And I think it's just silly that they have to go through that. I just do. But I see that John Solak mentions that no iron ladies need apply. And Tony Garrett mentions nobody really gives an actual F about life, hence children starving to death in the 21st century. To an extent, Tony, you're right. And I understand, John. Yeah, it's sad that they're treating women like this, because if it was a Republican doing this to them, if the Republican Party said, we're going to kick you out because you dared say something we don't agree with, there would be a national outrage, and this would be a national story, and people would be losing their minds. But Jason, does that kind of answer what you're asking about? It was a little long.
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, my perspective on this, is that they're really. I mean, I'm not sure. See, I hadn't actually, seen the interview that you had with Lawrence Parham on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really have a perspective exactly, how that interview went or what his perspectives were on things. I've only pretty much read a little bit about the background and some of the theories that I would see him pretty much applying to this sort of what I call re-education of the individuals here. And what I mean is that the one of the things is that they go the critical race theory. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that or what your perspective on that whole ideology.
Critical race theory?
Yeah, critical race theory.
My thoughts about
pretty much.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty much just a more of a broadened perspective on intersectionality, and so basically they're going to be pretty much into the understanding of intersectionality and pretty much how to conform to it. That's my perspective anyway, from what I've read on it.
Well,
and my other
go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go ahead. My other question is though too is that I know you were saying plot and these other progressive groups. My question is though is that I almost think that, well, considering that I have seen the relationship between the Binghamton University students and they're pretty much they pretty much come from the college and then they go straight into these groups. The only thing I could conclude though is that they have to get their education from somewhere, and the two professors and individuals that were listed to do these workshops are the ones who would be conveying this ideology to the students that become part of these progressive groups. So I just see this circle here. It's kind of all connecting in my mind. I'm not sure if you see that to be the same thing.
Well, the first thing I want to do, let me let you see, and you can see this here. You can go to the Voss Political Commentary site, and you'll see under the Black Lives Matters enters Binghamton, New York with questionable causes, May 22nd of 2016, published on May 19th, is when I had my interview with Larry Parham. And by the way, I mislabeled his name as Larry Parr in the video, so I do apologize to that for Larry, who's not a bad guy when I speak with him, but I disagree with him politically. But we get to hear exactly where they're going. So you can look that up and people will be able to see that. That's at the Voss Political Commentary site. Again, link will be inside. But whenever we have a philosophy that is out there saying that one group is superior to another group, like we hear in identity gender politics, that's racism. That's all kinds of isms, whether it's sexism, racism, and we need to acknowledge that and realize that that's not going to help anyone. And there's the problem with this whole idea about, well, you have to apologize for being white. You have to apologize for being born. When we accept people doing that, when we ask people to do that and we accept that people are doing that, we're not helping our country. We're hurting us, because that is basically taking a step back to the same kind of racial inequality we had post-Civil War. These are Jim Crow laws, essentially. And it's a problem. And we need to call it out for what it is. We need to say, you can't do that. We learned that lesson, and we are better than that lesson. And yeah, it's taken us a couple hundred years, but we're better than that. And what we're seeing is a regression. Remember, there's the safe rooms that were in colleges? And those safe rooms, that's segregation. Those were black-only rooms. If you're white, you can't go into this safe room. And the safe room's there to protect you from people's First Amendment right to say something and disagree with you. I mean, that's what we're really seeing here when it comes down to what is going on with Bridget. Well, excuse me, Bridget Kane. When we see her comment, what she's literally saying is, if you happen to be a Democrat, and if you say something they don't agree with, they will kick you out of the party, they will deny you votes, they will deny you re-election funding, that you can't speak and have your own mind and your own ideas, and if you do, they're going to make sure you get punished for it. That is a terrifying thought. And this may be why some politicians like Bob Wessler or legislator Bob Wessler or Representative Anthony Brindisi, why they won't talk about defunding police, why they won't talk about what's going on with Black Lives Matters and how they're threatening people in our communities across the nation. and they won't stand up to it. Why the Democratic Party is backing up people like Black Lives Matters that feels like it has every right to go out there and to use racial slurs to try to affect elections. I'm telling you, this is terrifying. This is a terrifying point in America. And the implication for the public is terrifying. I mean, I can tell you, I stand up for both Mayor Linda Jackson and Deputy Mayor Cheryl Chapman for their ability to have the First Amendment right to say what they think, to do things that they want to do, that have no connection to any of the policy that they're doing to take care of their constituents. I denounce Bridget King coming out here and saying, I'm going to use the full power of my political office to affect the way people think. That's terrible. And I know John Selleck has mentioned that they have betrayed the oath of office. I don't know that they did that, John. As I understand, they did it because they want this to end. They want to be able to go back to taking care of their constituents. They think this is the easiest way and best way to take care of them. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think John's right on one point, because when I actually just started reading a book on that critical race theory after reading this, hearing about this, because I really actually wanted to know what they were going to be indoctrinated into.
Mm-hmm.
And when I realized what it was about, because the thing is that you got to look at, they with intersectionality, when they start defining it in this critical race theory, you kind of ask the question, you're like, okay, to what end? Okay, you got these people lined up as the oppressors and the oppressed, but then what's your solution to the problem? The ultimate solution to the problem, or the problem itself as defined here, it's capitalism. They say that no matter what you do, there's going to be winners and losers, and if capitalism is there, then you can't end racism, because the capitalism itself is systemically racist. So the problem is, though, is that you have Linda Jackson there, a Republican. You would hope that possibly she'd have some sort of a conservative ideology that's she would want to at least legislate or to execute, she's an executive, so to go by. And yet now she's actually having a Marxist ideology, an anti-capitalist agenda being forced upon her and being re-educated. And you know what she's doing, though? She literally is kneeing to it and is accepting that, and now is, forced to preach it to others, I suppose, at this point.
No, see, I want to stop there, Jason.
Sure.
Because I think that's a misrepresentation, at least at this moment. I don't see that they are advocating things that they don't believe. And I don't think they have done that. I don't think that will be the result. But I do think they're trying to say, okay, we've got the political pressure on us. We're going to go out there and take the sensitivity course, understand that there's certain words that people's feelings are hurt by, and let me try and be more sensitive about that. And if that is the case, and I believe truly that is the case, then okay. Whether I agree with it or not 100%, I understand it, especially if the answer is, and this lets us continue to do our job properly for our constituents, which has nothing to do with whether or not someone likes the words we use to do the job. Because that's what it's all about. It's really about words and feelings. How do you feel about the word I used, not the result? That's why we see, as I have on the screen again, Goya. Goya is a capitalist company. They feed metric tons of food to people around the world. I use Venezuela, but you can go through their site and you'll see metric tons of food that they're using because they're capitalists to feed people. And we're seeing people saying, well, you have to boycott them because they didn't feel good about the fact that he said, thank you for helping Hispanics to a president. I think most people recognize that is stupid.
Which do they hate more? Do they hate the president more, or do they hate capitalism more? Or they just actually figure that a lot of people dislike, Trump, maybe because they feel he's polarizing, and then now they're going to use this to try to dismantle capitalism or take a double hit on it. I don't know.
I think they hate President Trump because the political pressure that they attempt to put on him fails. It doesn't work. Unlike most presidents, he has not capitulated every time they put pressure on. When they say, oh, you're a racist, instead of saying, oh my God, I'm so sorry that I was born white, he instead has said, okay, deal with it. And when you say that and they, oh my God, how could you've got to say something. Oh my God, you've got to fail. It's one of the reasons why I have, this gentleman, Roderick Douglas, who goes out there and calls me a racial slur. And the idea, I guess, is he wants me to shut up. And that's, well, you're a racist, ooh, shut up. And my answer is no. It's just that simple. Just because you don't agree with me doesn't mean I have to shut up. It doesn't mean I have to apologize for being born. And I think they're upset that when they deal with President Trump, his answer is no, I'm not going to shut up. And just because you don't agree with me doesn't mean I have to be silenced, nor do I have to apologize. And I think we really should look at this nation and say, if you're not, just because someone doesn't agree with you doesn't mean you have to apologize for being born. It's that simple to me. And we really, really need to look at it that simply. Hang on one second, Jason. John Solek mentions that Jackson and Chapman have been successfully blackmailed through social media. A lot of elected officials have been pushed to decisions that I don't think they should naturally have done. And this is just one example of it. It's the same thing as when we're seeing the example, as I was talking about before, because these things are all connected. They're all very, very connected. And we're seeing that, in the same way that in this one group we're seeing people being pushed to a decision, we also see the media coming out there and they're not reporting things properly. When you can shoot people for saying all lives matters, or you can go to Goya and say, I'm going to boycott you because you said thank you for giving us help. The problem isn't the politicians. Well, it's the politicians and the media and the fact that we're allowing this to happen. We need to speak up on that. But go on, Jason. I'm still with you.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of tie this into the Change Coalition. Did you hear anything more on this yourself?
No. For people who don't know, we've talked about this a couple times on the show for 2 or 3 weeks now. There's an organization called the Change Coalition. That is a group of unknown people who have come together to try and promote a Black Lives meaning, or I don't even know how to word it, a Afrocentric political viewpoint in the city of Binghamton. That's their agenda, apparently. And they're currently in discussions with the local government about that, and in particular about defunding police, which I disagree with completely. I disagree with defunding the police 100%. So go on. Jason?
He broke up here.
Okay. I said, so I disagree with defunding the police, which is what that organization is about, and I haven't heard more about it. But what are you thinking about that?
Well, so you said that they actually are for defunding the police?
I understand that at least one of the groups that make up the Change Coalition are in favor of that, as I understand it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Am I coming through clear? I just
yeah,
want to make sure.
You're fine.
Okay. Yeah, so it was on a couple of the concepts that we talked about before. It was about the implicit bias and the cultural competency training that the Bennington Police Department are going to have to go through. And I did, and this ties into, again, the critical race theory. And again, these sort of, trainings, and I looked them up, and really they're completely virtue signaling. There's no valid data that actually shows of any sort of change within a department that would actually, give any sort of value to this money being spent for this sort of training or theories being implemented on the police department. And again, like I said, my belief is that, again, this is based upon, another concept that comes through a, Marxist anti-capitalist, theory as well too. So I don't even know whether or not the mayor himself actually understands these theories or just kind of agreed to it because the coalition said so, and just saying, well, implicit bias, we don't want that, and cultural competency, we could always have more, but yet they actually think what these are, and, what the outcome you want to have, and also what sort of data is there out there to prove that this sort of thing's even worth the money. And from what I've seen, it's not.
Well, you got to understand from a political standpoint, I understand why some of these politicians are making efforts to hear these voices. And to an extent, they should, because these are constituents, ideally. Not all of them are. Black Lives Matters isn't really a local organization. This is a national movement of a secret organization. But ideally, they're made up of local people. And they're having local comments and interaction with their local government. And that's a good thing. And not everyone agrees with everything someone's going to say locally. I'm not against that. I'm not upset about him having the conversation with them. I am upset that when unknown groups, that this Change Coalition was made out about a month ago, they suddenly came into existence. I'm upset about who are these people and how are they influencing or trying to influence our government. Why is it that we're seeing political leaders like Bridget Kane of the Democratic Party in Broome County is out there putting political pressure on people to get a result that has nothing to do with effectiveness, but rather about emotion? Why are they boycotting Goya when this company is only trying to help people, and what they've done, saying thank you for a help from a president, is innocuous. It's nothing. These are the problem isn't, I don't know if it's coming across properly when I say this. The problem isn't inherently in hearing people. It's not inherently in saying, that they're saying thank you, but that someone is saying you're evil because you don't agree with me. At the end of the day, that's what these things are all coming down to. You're evil because you don't agree with me. I believe in freedom of speech. You can say you don't agree, but that doesn't make me evil or you evil just because you don't agree with me. But yet we're hearing from these politicians, we're hearing from these groups, whether it's Black Lives Matter, progressive leaders of tomorrow, or the Broome County Democratic Party, we're hearing, if you don't agree with us, you must be an evil, racist, sexist, blah, 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 ism kind of a person. And that's just wrong. That's implicitly wrong. That's making people apologize for being born, for having an independent thought. And that's just crazy.
Well, I think it's the standard that they're actually using to set what, a person's evil is. I'm almost thinking, because if Chapman and Jackson are both being judged by the intersectionality hierarchy and basically aren't checking their white privilege, then just for that reason, given this, critical race theory type of ideology that they have to be taught on, so they will actually know in the future not to cross the line, just by them, saying whites are equal to every other race inherently makes them racist and bigots. So now they got to be re-educated, and that's the whole point of this program. And I'm afraid that that's the same sort of implementation of ideology and policy that they want to put on our police department. If they do that to our police department, the outcome of this training is going to get police to not enforce the law, because that's really the end is. Because the bottom line is that you see a criminal doing a criminal act, then you arrest them, irregardless of the color of their skin. That's the ruling. But the problem is, though, is that when they do this implicit bias training, is that they have to all of a sudden ask the question: am I unconsciously making this decision because of the color of that person's skin, or maybe because of their economic status, or I don't know, maybe I could smell their perfume from the distance and it just kind of rubs me the wrong way, and that's the reason I'm going to pull them over and give a ticket. That's the sort of mentality that these programs have. And I think that they need to be pushed back on, and people need to be educated on exactly what this actually is and what this actually means for our community.
I do agree with that, and that's one of the reasons why I'm speaking out, and that's why I encourage people to comment and call in.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody. Hello, everybody. We are back, and by the way, this is Sir Khan. He got his hair cut. Yay! Okay. Yes, that is my 13-year-old puppy. And the reason why we take our breaks on the show about every 2 hours, because he's a little bit older, 13 years. He's been feeling under the weather. Got him on some liver treatments, so hopefully he'll be feeling better soon. But he is 13, so believe it or not, he looks like a puppy, but he's actually 13 years old, and God bless him. So I do want to get back. I do want to say hello. I saw the comments earlier, and that's from Countdown Timer. Thank you for joining the channel. Yes, you caught us as we were on our break, but we're now going to be talking about domestic issues. I do recommend, if you want to see us talking about what's happening internationally, how it's affecting America and the world, do check out the beginning of the show. And I do see JYF Trader, hello, and thank you for being part of the audience as well, mentioning they have been following us from a year ago. Well, we have been doing this now for actually 18 years of political commentary. This Sunday live stream we've been doing for 7 years. This is actually the 7th year. Even though it says season 6, it's the 7th year. And so we've been doing a long time, so it's always good to have people come back, see what is different, and also what is the same. I mean, you got to see that comment, and that was from a live stream about NOS 4 years ago in 2020, and you can see a lot of the similarities to what's happening right now. We have this movement from the progressive left that is demanding more and more and more, always, and trying to shift this country further and further left as they go. That's always their demand. They want you to change, but they don't want to change anything about themselves. They want you to carry all the burdens. You have to pay for their college loans. You have to pay for their IVF treatments for gay men. You have to take care of all of their wants and needs, and they are just entitled to it. You don't really benefit. You don't get anything for it. It's just you have to do it because they're the left and they feel like they are the right, that they are the right side of history. And it's pretty damn annoying when you think about it and when you look it over. And that's probably one of the reasons why there's so much pushback against that, and there always has been, because no one really agrees with anything that they have to say. Their ideas don't work. Their division is not beneficial to this nation. It is beneficial to their goal, which is to create a socialist nation, but it's not beneficial to a constitutional republic to maintain your freedoms, to have the freedom of free speech, to have the right to own firearms, to right to privacy. You don't get any of that under their socialist ideal. You are required to speak the way they want you to speak, to feel the way they want you to feel, to do what they want you to do. And that's very upsetting. And in fact, that's what the 2024 election is all about. It's as much as we talk about the economy, And we're in a recession. We've been in a recession since August of 2022. We called it on this channel. We have not been wrong. We have a food deficit. There's a global food shortage since 2022. 30% less food in the world today than in 2019. That's not going to end before 2025 at the earliest. Most likely closer to 2026 is our expectation. That you can put that down as one of our predictions, that the global food crisis, the reduction in food, somewhere around 30 to some people even say as much as 40% less food in 2019, that won't turn around until 2026, in the harvest of 2026, so about the third quarter. Keep that in mind. That means that food prices are going to be elevated and it's going to be inflationary. Doesn't matter who's the president. That's just what's going to happen. As long as they're fighting in the Ukraine, that is just a reality. In addition to that, we have other factors that are pushing up the economy. We're in a recession right now. We're seeing the unemployment rate creep up and up. And trust me, the Biden administration, the news media, they're trying to make sure they're telling you that Bidenomics is great and everything is fantastic. They don't want to talk about the fact that the unemployment rate is slowly but steadily increasing, that there are fewer people who are working today than they were a year ago or 3 years ago or 5 years ago. That's just a fact, not counting 2020, of course. So they don't want you to think about that aspect of it. They don't want you to think about the inflation. Everything you buy today is about 40% more than in 2020. That's just huge and enormous inflation. In fact, anything you buy today is more expensive than in 2023, 2022, 2021. So even after the lockdowns, everything has become more expensive. That's the inflation because they're spending so much. Joe Biden's spending about $6.8 trillion, even though with all the taxes that they put out there, we're only bringing in about 4.2 trillion, which means we are short. It's just like in your house. If you don't have enough money and you're using credit cards, eventually you will run out. Well, we are. We're right on the edge of a $35 trillion debt ceiling. And we weren't supposed to hit this until January 2025. Do you remember a year ago when the deal was made between Republicans and Democrats to get them through this election cycle? Because neither party, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans, wanted to talk about raising the debt ceiling at the same time that they wanted their candidates to try and win the election. But Joe Biden has spent so much money, he has wasted so much money on things like a pier in Gaza that is down half a month. It only operates for 12 days out of an entire month. The rest of the time, it's being fixed, constantly being fixed at ever increasing costs, closer to about $400 million at this point. And we're wondering, where's the inflation? Well, there you go. A temporary pier for Hamas, a terrorist organization that killed Americans, that's torturing Americans, probably tortured to death Americans, and we're building them a $400 pier with your tax money. You wonder why inflation is so bad? These are the reasons. And they're not all going to go away overnight in January of 2025 just because we get a new president. It's just not going to change that quickly. It takes at least 18 months. So we're going to be in a recession until 2026. That's just a reality of what we can expect. Sorry, getting messages. Seems I have a family member who has gotten the coup, has gotten the pandemic. So they're making me aware. They're afraid that I'll get the pandemic too. I've never been vaccinated. As far as I know, I've never had the pandemic, and I am not worried about it. Not getting vaccinated, not going to do that to myself. That's my choice, and no one gets to tell me about my medical decision. So the censors, I don't care what you think. I'm not doing it for me. So that's my medical decision for my life. I'm not getting the jab because it's unnecessary. But we'll see how that works out. And you'll see too. So we have a lot of factors, but some of the things that can change overnight, that must change overnight, open borders. We know that the 8 million illegal aliens that Joe Biden has allowed to come into America, that the progressives have allowed to come into America, has been a problem. Not only is it breaking the infrastructure of all of our major cities, not only is it helping to increase the amount of inflation, but it's a national security risk. We know that from the 8 ISIS members that are now being tracked down, that have been in America for a year. God only knows what they have been up to. The number of illegal aliens that have killed American women at college campuses across this country, that's been increasing. We have a national threat. So that can change overnight. Because literally, Joe Biden, if he wanted, he's offering to slow down the number of illegal aliens that enter America every year. Just 2,500 per day. Think about that. Just 2,500, 25,000 every 10 days. 250,000, 250,000 every 100 days. That's like 750,000, over 750,000 illegal aliens every 10 months. This is a ridiculous amount of individuals that Joe Biden is more than happy to allow to live in this country in your neighborhood. They can't go to Martha's Vineyard. They can't live next to Joe Biden in Baltimore. No. They can live in your neighborhood, but they can't go where the progressives are, to where any of Oprah and Obama. You can't live anywhere near them. But regular people have to deal with the consequences of their decision. One of the other things, and by the way, Joe Biden can change that literally overnight. He doesn't need a new law. He doesn't need to go to Congress. It's real simple. He just needs to enforce the law that already exists. He keeps going, well, the Republicans won't let me fix this. There's nothing to fix. We already have the laws in place. That's why we have sanctuary cities. That's why we have sanctuary states. They're not following the existing law. Joe Biden, if he wanted to, he could shut the border down tomorrow. The law already exists. He doesn't need a new law. He wants to say, I need the Republicans. I need a new law so that he can excuse not making the change, not protecting the American people, not protecting the infrastructure of America. This is his excuse why he will allow more inflation to create more and more poor people, because he's going to blame it on Republicans, saying he can't do anything. Yes, he can. The law already exists. All he has to do is enforce it. That's his job. He is the executive branch. Enforce the laws that exist. Not pick and choose which law you think is good. Enforce the laws as they exist. If you don't like the law, then try and get it changed. That's what Congress is for. But that's not what the president gets to choose. He gets to enforce the law. But Joe Biden doesn't want to do that. So that's something we can change in January of 2025 based on the election in November. We can overnight close the border. We can do that. And we can, I'm not going to say we stop 100% of the illegal aliens, but 90% of them? Yes, we can change that overnight. Literally, overnight, we can make that difference. That can happen. But, it depends on the will. But one of the other things that I think is very important in this segment to talk about this, one of the other things that I think is absolutely critical is what we see here. This is from ABC News, Channel 7. This is from New York City. And if you remember, just a few months ago, Columbia followed after Harvard and said that genocide is okay. That Columbia University sided with Hamas and was okay with genocide for people they don't like. And they've been protesting on and off at Columbia, which led to the various autonomous zones at colleges across this nation, which are insurrectionist by definition. They are sites of insurrection at Columbia, at Harvard, Binghamton University, all across this country. These are insurrection zones. They always have been, they always will be. That these are, every autonomous zone is an insurrection zone because they violate every local, state, and federal law. That is a fact. So they are insurrectionists. And they've been breaking laws left and right. Columbia University, they were breaking laws. Illegal trespassing, endangering the public, sanitation. It goes on and on and on. They have a laundry list. And that's not to even include the fact that they violently broke some windows. They broke some of the buildings. They were breaking down doors. They assaulted individuals. So there are a host of problems, and arrests were made. And we found out that when people were getting arrested, 30% of everyone who was arrested at Columbia University for being on the campus and protesting in part of the college protest, being the student protest, 30%, 1 in 3 of those people weren't students. They didn't belong at Columbia. They were there merely to make the political statement. That they were part of the propaganda push to try and justify what was happening at Columbia University and to help Hamas, to help promote genocide, and that is a problem. So all those people got arrested. They were illegal trespassing, breaking ordinance after ordinance after ordinance. The DA, the Manhattan DA, the same guy who went after Donald Trump, got 34 convictions for legislation that no one has ever been used before. He is now deciding, like he did in 2020, that he's not going to charge the Columbia students. They broke the law. There's video of them breaking the law. There were interviews with the news media about it. There were still pictures about it. They were proud as hell. They went on social media. These students went on social media, proud as hell that they were breaking the law, that they were being arrested. And now they're not going to be charged. Did you know that, folks? Did you know that if you are a progressive and you went to one of these colleges, that you can break the law and not get charged? Mind the way, most of these kids, they're white progressives. So again, there's that whole saying that, the rich white people get away with stuff. Well, if you happen to be a student at Columbia or Harvard, 9 out of 10, you probably are one of those rich white people, rich, white, and progressive. And you have a different tier of justice, apparently. You are treated in an entirely different way than the rest of the common folk, like me and like you. Because if I broke into someone's property and I decided to pitch a tent and to live on your property against your will, I'm going to jail. They're not going to delay it. They're not going to listen to an excuse. They don't care if I say, well, the owner is racist. They're throwing me in jail. That's what happens to real people, to you and me. But the college progressives, with their money, no, they've been out. They've been walking around. This has been debated. And now the same Alvin Bragg, Manhattan DA, is saying, well, it's not really a crime. No, we can forgive this. The kids didn't really mean to break the law. Doesn't matter if they meant to break the law or not. It doesn't matter if they meant to support genocide and terrorism. It doesn't matter whether or not they intended to violate the law. They did. That's the bottom line. They did support terrorism. They did support genocide. They did break the law. Why in the hell would they ever be absolved of their criminality? They committed a crime. They should be punished. Well, that only happens when we have a leader like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that support that criminality. They invite even more of that progressive law breaking, the two-tier justice system. That's what they have been backing since 2020, if not 2015. And that's why we are seeing these problems. And that only makes more of it. It just creates more of this. When we had the BLM riots, we had more BLM riots and we had more autonomous zones across this nation because they didn't shut down the autonomous zone in Seattle. Once people saw that, you can go to Capitol Hill and create a autonomous zone, I'll go to Minnesota and I'll start an autonomous zone there. Minneapolis. They went to Minneapolis and started one there. Oh, wait a minute. You can have one in Minneapolis, and in Portland, you can have 120 days of rioting and not be arrested? That's considered okay? Well, what the hell? I'll go to Binghamton, I'll go to Austin, I'll go to Brooklyn, try and burn down a bunch of buildings. They'll go to Atlanta, kill an 8-year-old child. Did you forget that's what these autonomous zones do? They killed children, not just in Seattle, but in Atlanta as well, and in Indianapolis as well. They killed a mom. In Dallas, they killed David Dorn. This is the problem. And this is what you get from the top down, because Joe Biden believes in a two-tier justice system. Justice is different for him and his son, Hunter. Yes, Hunter just got convicted, but Hunter isn't in jail. He got convicted. He's a Oh, wait a minute. We do have a call coming in. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask who's speaking? Hey, how you doing? Let me see. Folks, can you hear John all right? You should be able to hear him. I hear him. I can hear you. But I'm not sure if it's going through my system or not. Folks, is it going through the system? Can you hear him? Somebody leave me a comment and tell me if you can hear John. No, they cannot. Hang on. I know why. Hang on, folks. I know why. Okay, talk now. Can you hear me? John? Oh. You got... Okay, try it now. John?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, John.
Can't
Speak.
hear you.
What's wrong? What, John? Yes, John, I still hear you. Can you hear me, John?
Cannot hear you, Mike.
I can hear you. And I believe
Not whatsoever. Cannot hear anything.
you cannot hear anything.
Oh. What was that?
Hang on. I tell you, folks, sometimes the equipment is so crazy. Yes, John, I still hear you.
Can you hear me? Now I can hear you.
Okay, we've heard you. I've been hearing you each time you've been calling.
I have not been hearing you, Mike.
Okay,
So
no problem. Go ahead.
now I can hear you. All right. That might be the first time that the call's been dropped on No Soundbites Allowed, I want to say.
Yeah, usually we can hear at least even a little bit. But go ahead. So you called
Okay,
in.
Mike. I'm coming back from New York City. Visited with my fiance. We spent a night and one night overnight. So we got in Saturday, Sunday. Got a couple thoughts on the city. So you're in New York City, right, Mike? You're based in there right now.
I'm in the Bronx, yes.
Yes. So first thing I noticed, last time I visited New York City was in 2017. The lack of police officers in the area is insane to me. It feels like when I last went there was a lot more police officers overall.
Depends on when you happen to be, where and when you happen to be in New York. But
because we went all over, not just Manhattan. We went to the Bronx, we went to Brooklyn. So we saw I could count maybe 10 cops in total I saw.
well, through most of the Bronx and most of Brooklyn, no, you're not going to see cops. You're going to see them in Manhattan, and a bunch of them
Even
will
in
be on the
Manhattan,
subway.
I didn't see a lot. We didn't see a lot. It was surprising, and that might be because they keep cutting police budgets. And the war on police that's happening in New York City is definitely apparent.
Well, that's part of the reason, yeah. They don't have enough police officers because they defunded the police, and they've been reallocating the police to subway systems, trying to protect people there. But for every cop that's on the subway, there's a cop who's not out trying to help people on the road. So there is that. So you had a fun time in New York, it sounds like.
It's definitely a sad sight. I mean, especially because of bail reform, you have to look at it and say, why would anyone want to be a police officer in New York State at all right now, when criminals are just getting let go? It's insane to me. So I definitely noticed that. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the woke Lego store. All right.
The Lego store. Okay.
Okay. So me and my fiance, we went to the Lego store in Manhattan. Okay. And they had a thing where you can build your own little Lego figure of yourself or a Lego figure in general. Okay.
Okay. Let me make sure now, before you go further.
Right.
You were
and so you can write whatever you want on the Lego figure. Sure. Now I want to preface this by there was no signs or alerts or notifications, and my fiance can confirm this. There was nothing saying what you could or couldn't put on your Lego character.
Okay. So one second. So let me make sure. So you were at the Lego store, the same Lego store in Manhattan that on July 30th, 2023, would not provide services to a disabled child. You were at that location, which is in Rockefeller Center in Manhattan. Am I right?
That's the one. That is the one, correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure which location that was, and that complaint is on their website. So you went there, and you're not disabled, but you went there, and was there a sign that said you cannot make a Lego for whatever reason? Is there any restriction?
No. We did not see a single sign or notification on the machine when we started to make the Lego figure. Nothing at all.
Okay, so
we did notice, however, that when we first got in there were a lot of Pride flags and Pride Lego sets. Every single employee had a Pride button on. The customization for the Lego figure had a ton of Pride options.
Well, that makes sense, though, because on June 26, actually today, 26, 2019. Since 2019, the Lego store has been celebrating Pride. They were on Good Morning America in 2019 talking about how they celebrate Pride and Pride Month. So this is not a new thing for them. They've been doing that for, according to the Lego Good Morning America interview, 50 years of celebrating Pride. So, and that's a political thing. That's a pretty big political statement.
Yes, I completely agree. And so I designed my Lego character, and what I wrote on the back of it was I had on the front an American flag, and on the back of it, I had the words MAGA on it. Okay? Written out. My fiance finds this funny right now as I'm retelling this story. So I had the word MAGA written on it.
Right.
Okay. So we send it through the machine. We wait about 15 minutes for our Lego figure. 15 to 20 minutes for them to make this custom Lego figure. So we're standing around. There's nowhere to sit. That's a side note. Little complaint there. But they call my name. I go to pick up my little Lego figure. The guy turns it over, sees MAGA written on it, and says, "I can't give this to you."
Wait. So they made it. It was your design that you wanted made. You were going to give them money for it.
I already paid them for it. You prepay.
Okay, so you already paid for it. You've already paid them for this. This is your design. And they made it. And then they said, "Oh, you can't have your property." Is that it?
Yes. We should have got a refund. And so I said to him, "Why not?" He goes, "Well, we don't want anything political on anything political in our messaging or on the Legos, just for our brand." And I looked at him and I go, "Okay." Now the guy next to was picking up a Lego for his kid, asked my fiance, what did he put on there? And she goes, MAGA. And he laughs and said, that's awesome. I don't get the big deal. And the guy took the Lego, threw it away, and made me redo my Lego figure.
Okay, so Lego says that making America great is political, and they don't like that politics. They are more than happy to say they support Pride for 50 years. They're happy to do that. And they can have those political statements all across their Manhattan store that doesn't serve, according to the complaint that I saw, that doesn't serve disabled children. They don't care about disabled children either, according to the complaint I saw. But you, paying for something that you want, they said, no, we can't give you your product. That's just insane.
Correct. That is exactly what happened, Mike. And it's not like they designed the figure. They let me customize it, draw on it, all that good stuff. I drew it, and only afterwards was this discovered. Once they saw the Lego, said, I can't give this to you.
See, that's the part that I really don't get. It's like, what do you mean you can't give it to me? I paid for it. If you paid for it, you've already paid for the services. You've already paid for the product. You're done. If they had a complaint, you would expect that they would have blocked it before you made the product. That, when you designed it, it would have had something that blocked it and said, this is a violation. Or that they would have a sign that said, this is a violation. How can they he stole your property. He imposed his political will on you.
Yes. And to clarify, my fiance pointed this out. He didn't say he couldn't give it to me. He simply said, we try not to have political messages on our Lego figures.
Well, that's fine. You can tend not or dislike whatever the hell you want. Did he give you your property?
Yeah. It was a very surreal moment for me.
No.
I paid for this.
No, I mean the one that you designed. Did he give you the one that you designed?
Hmm?
The one that said MAGA, did he give you that?
No, he threw it away.
Then he denied you your property.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That sounds like a crime to me.
Yeah. He denied it because it had something to do with Donald Trump. And I don't know if he personally did not like Donald Trump and that wasn't corporate policy and he was just denying me, or if it posted anywhere. Either way, I was very disappointed with my experience there, and it just shows how crazy we've gotten. And now, imagine if I Clinton on there.
Yeah, well, one of the things that someone was asking, and this is Jeff Trader, and Jeff Trader is saying, well, they didn't bake you the cake. Now, this is a good question, good analogy, Jeff. And let me explain. The difference here is, it isn't that you asked them to make this and they said no because of their political differences. No. Which in the analogy with the cake would be, you came in, you ordered a cake, I made the cake, and then when you came in to pay for it, I said, no, you can't have it. That's not the same thing. To put it into the analogy with the cake, it's not, I won't bake you. They didn't say, you can't make this here. They made it. It was made with the MAGA on it. There was no restriction. There was no limitation. They did it and then said, you can't have it after they took your money. Am I misunderstanding something there, John?
No, that's exactly what happened.
See, I'm listening. That's why I'm asking these questions, because it's not like the bakery case where the guy's like, oh, I'm not going to bake that. I don't want your money. I don't want your service. It's one thing to say, I don't want your service. They took your money. They
Yes.
wanted you. In fact, they asked you to make another product. So
Yes.
they wanted your service. They wanted to give you a service, and they wanted your money, and they wanted you to walk out with their product. They just wanted to censor what product you made.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing as the bakery case.
No, absolutely not. And I'm curious too, what their corporate policy is, or if this was an individual employee saying, "No, you can't have this."
Yeah.
That's also a question I have.
Well, I don't understand how they get to make the decision for you. They don't get to do that. And most importantly, it was a finished product that you
Yeah.
had paid for. They're done.
Yeah.
They lived up to their end of the contract. They provided you the service and they made the product. You provided them the money and the design. That's the contract. That means that that's your property. And they refuse to. That's worse than. That's not just censorship, which it is, but that's stealing someone's property. That's stealing. That's stealing. And it's punishing you for a belief, which is also a crime.
Yeah.
I have a big problem with that. I have a big problem.
And I'm sure if this story gets out, I'm sure people are going to have a lot of questions about Lego and the Lego brand and stores if you're going to New York City. I mean, this is an exclusive story to No Soundbites Allowed, by the way. I want to point that out. I haven't told anyone this yet. So if you're tuning in, this is a No Soundbites Allowed exclusive for you. But it was so unbelievable. The first thing I said to my fiance is, I got to call into No Soundbites to talk about this because no one else is going to believe this.
Well, I hope.
It's so dumb.
You know, it's the funny thing is these aren't the kind of moments. This isn't like the setup that we see with that baker all the time, where gay people walk in and they're taping themselves so they can tape. They try and entrap him into denying them a cake and try and entrap him into a crime. That's not what we're talking about. This is real world.
Yeah.
Because this wasn't a sub. It was you wanted a product. You paid for it. You weren't recording it. You didn't take photos of it. Yes, he called me before the show, so I did hear about this before the show, folks. So I knew this was coming.
Yes.
So that's why I'm somewhat familiar with this already. But you weren't there. I know for a fact you weren't in New York City to say, let me go to the Lego store and see if I can set them up.
No.
There is no policy on this.
No, absolutely not. My goal, and my fiance can tell you, we were walking around Rockefeller. I like Legos. I saw the Lego store and said, let's go in. Wouldn't it be fun if we made our own minifigures of ourselves as kind of a cute reminder of our trip to New York City? And that's how it happened. I didn't say Lego is not going to make a MAGA product. That was not my intention.
Look, I will say this to the Lego Corporation, that if their attorneys would like to come onto this program and explain to me how this is different than what we've just explained, and how this isn't a violation of the law, I'd be happy to hear them. I'll give them an open opportunity to speak to the public. But it seems like Lego they've got a political agenda, and they're willing to punish their constituents, their customers, to enforce that political agenda. And that shouldn't be in a kid's toy. That shouldn't be a toy maker.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike, I gotta run. Thank you for letting me call into the show. And if anyone has any questions, we'll be in the chat too to help answer any questions about this if anyone else has any other questions. But thanks for letting me call in to talk about this, Mike.
No, absolutely. And thank you for letting me hear about this. So folks, I knew this call was going to come. I had expected it. And because before the show started, John had gotten in touch with me and said, hey, Mike, I want to talk about this. I think this is pretty important. And so I was waiting for it to come in. No, there we go. So I was waiting for that call to come in. And again, just to be very clear with everyone, it's not like Lego has not been political in the past. That they're happy to have things about like gay pride. They're happy to have that. They have that in their location in Manhattan. They've been on Good Morning America talking about how they support LGBTQAIP, 1, 2, 3, the entire alphabet soup of all of that. They're very proud of themselves about that. And that's fantastic. They can be, if that's their corporation. The thing is, they don't have a sign that says, oh, we only do business with progressives, or that they only do business with Democrats, or they only want to do business with Biden supporters. They don't have signs up that say that. They don't make that difference. And so when I come in there and I say, okay, I want this product, and they say, well, design it. And here's the money. Pay us for the service to design it, and we'll build it for you. We're done. That's a contract. And again, that's why it's different than what's happening with the baker out in Ohio. Why is that different? He never bakes the cake. He tells them up front that he has certain restrictions, that he has certain criteria that he denies customers on. He doesn't take their money and say, yeah, I'll do it. And then after he's taken their money, after he's agreed to make whatever it is they want, then he goes, oh, and by the way, screw you, I'm not giving it to you. You can't have the product that you paid for, the service that you paid for. You can't get that. He doesn't do that. He says, I can't make that cake for you because it doesn't match his religious ideology. And therefore, he won't make it at all. He doesn't take the money. He doesn't agree to the service. He doesn't make the product, which is fine. He has the right, every business has a right to refuse someone service based on conditions as long as they're not being discriminatory. And guess what? There's another bakery down the block. You can go right down the block, another baker who's more than happy to make the cake that you want to make. That's not discriminatory. There's 5, 10, 15 other bakeries in the entire city. You can go to all of them. They'll make the cake that you want. I don't want to make that cake because my criteria for my customers, I don't make that. Some people who have bakery stores won't make pornographic. You know how you have some of those joke cakes? They're in the shape of a penis or in the shape of breasts. Cakes like that. Those are novelty cakes. But some people consider that to be pornographic. Some people won't make cakes that look like that. No one's complaining about that, are they? That's not racist. That's not sexist. That's not evil. That's just, okay, they don't make that because it's too pornographic for them. They have family-oriented businesses. It's not part of their religious ideology. It's not part of their personal preferences. So they don't do that. But there are other stores that do. That's not discrimination. It is selecting your customers, but that's not it. See, so it's such a big difference. And Jeff, you say it's like a photocopier. Kind of. So, I find that really aggravating. And Lego, you guys have a problem. Besides the fact that this is a potential lawsuit, you can be sued for this because that is discriminatory. It is oppressive. In fact, as a matter of fact, I think under New York law, that would be considered coercion in the 2nd degree, possibly menacing in the 3rd degree. If I remember the laws correctly, in New York State, that's what your corporation just did. That's what your employee just did. Coercion and menacing, if I remember the law correctly. So you have criminal liability at Lego, on top of the fact that you violated someone's civil rights because your company has a political agenda that no one cares about. No one cares what the political agenda is of Lego. You want to support Pride? I don't care. That's your business. You get to do that. I don't have to give you money. But if I go in and I'm giving you money, I still don't have to support Pride. I don't have to support your political agenda. I can have whatever political agenda I want. Maybe I want to support Jill Stein or Cornel West. No, never in hell, neither of them. But maybe I did. Maybe I was drunk off my mind and I wanted to support them. Could I come into the Legoland and support them? Is that still allowed? Because it sounds so authoritative, so dictatorial. How dare you be a Republican, a proud Republican, be a supporter of Donald Trump, believe in making America great. Guess what, Lego? You didn't make your company outside of the United States. Your money came from America because of American capitalism. It came because of American laws, because the Constitution is free. You couldn't make Lego in another country. You couldn't get to the riches and wealth and access that you got in another country. No other country on the face of the earth would have let Lego get as big as it did because of America. That's just a fact. That's just the reality. Unless someone wants to correct me and tell me somehow I'm wrong on this, Lego doesn't get there without America being here, without the freedoms that America has. And now Lego, now that you've had all this success for 50 some odd years, now you want to turn around and say, oh, by the way, we get to pick and choose. Now we get to hold you down. They get to hold down their customers because they don't like the politics. I'm sorry. If you really want to go there, Lego, then put up a sign of Joe Biden's face, say that you only serve Democrats and progressives, and let's see what happens there. Because that's kind of what Disney has done unofficially. It's the same. Expect to have the same kind of results of success like Disney has. What does everyone think about The Acolyte? It sucks. Why? Because it's about communist lesbians and destroying everything that existed beforehand. The Jedi are evil. The Sith are good guys. George Lucas got it wrong. How can George Lucas get his own story, his own creation wrong? No, he can't. It's his story. It's his world, not Leslie Headland's, not Jeffrey Weinstein, who she worked for. And she was, I can't see how she wasn't complicit in some of the things that he did. But guess what? It's not her world. It's the Lucas world. It's Star Wars. And Star Wars isn't what they're doing. But they're trying to shove it down everyone's throat. And everyone is rejecting it. No one accepts what they are doing. Everyone is pushing it off. And we've seen that when DC has done it, when Marvel has done it, when Star Wars has done it. We're seeing that in Doctor Who right now. Everyone is rejecting this because you don't get to do that. You don't get to coerce an audience and say, give me your money. I'm sorry, no, that's just wrong. That is just wrong. Is there anyone, now I ask the audience, is there anyone that disagrees with me on this? Does anyone think that I've misunderstood this, that somehow I'm not getting that right, that my understanding of what happened is incorrect? Mind you, I may be wrong on the charges. It may not be the crime I think it is. It may not be a crime at all. I believe it is menacing in the third degree. I do believe it is coercion in the second degree. I believe that is correct for New York State. I could be wrong. I'm not a lawyer. But separate of the actual criminality, or the actual law, the legislation that was broken, separate of that, am I wrong? Did I miss something here? I tell you what, I can't support Lego anymore. I can't. I love Lego. I love the Lego movie. I grew up with Legos. I can't support them anymore. I can't support a dictatorial company that is, after the fact, coercing and menacing people into obeying their political ideology, because that's what it is. When you take my money, you promise to provide me a service, and then you reject what I've then created, and more importantly, deny me possession of the thing that was created, that is criminal. That is criminal, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. And, people can clip this out, send it over to Lego. Let's hear their response. I'm more than happy to hear Lego's response, their legal professional response. Tell me why I'm wrong. Please, Lego, I'm asking you. Tell me why I'm wrong. How did I misunderstand that? Not so much if you want to say, oh, but Mike, that's not menacing in the third degree in New York State. I don't care. Okay? I don't care about the specific legislation. Tell me how this isn't a violation of civil rights, how this isn't abuse of your customers. Yes, Lego, that's what I want to hear. I don't care about the exact law. I want to hear about how is this not abusing your customers, how this isn't coercing your customers, how it isn't putting politics in front of people, that you put politics above the people itself. That's just so wrong. And we need to talk about this, America. Because if they're willing to do that, and other companies are watching what's happening here, and if they see that Lego can get away with this, if Disney was actually succeeding at the crap they're doing to Marvel or to Star Wars, if we saw that Doctor Who was shoving this down people's throat and people just accepted it, I guarantee you that would open the floodgates, because they tried to open the floodgates. Look at all the movies. You got movies like Damsel. They followed up and said, well, if Disney's making crappy movies, I can make these crappy movies. Maybe we'll be successful. No, they weren't. None of these movies are being successful. None of this entertainment is successful. None of the companies that have been doing these things are successful. Remember there was the coffee shop where men had to pay more than women did because of the mere fact that you happen to be a male. And because you're a man, you pay more. And what happened to that coffee shop? They went broke, lost their business, shut down because no one wanted to support it. Women didn't want to support that. Not just men said no, women said no. Same thing about, oh, well, we're trying to make Star Wars more woman-centric, more female-centric. Women are rejecting the acolyte. Think about it. That's how much you have failed. You're like, oh, we're going to promote this ideology no matter what. And we're going to shove it down everyone's throats because this is the right thing to do. The very people you're trying to help are the very people who say, we won't support this, that we reject this. It's kind of like when you hear the progressives and the Democrats say, we're going to help black people. Remember the Platinum Plan? We were just talking about it. I did a video on this recently. The Platinum Plan, which was by, it was Ice Cube. Ice Cube's Platinum Plan that he said will help black people. It will help America's economy. And he said, here, he went to Donald Trump and to Joe Biden in 2020 and said, hey guys, I have this plan, this economic plan that will help black people. Donald Trump looked at the plan, said, this is great. And he instantly put together a promotion, integrated that into his election campaign, that he was going to implement some of those ideas day one. Nothing else. He didn't ask for anything else from Ice Cube. Ice Cube said, I have this idea. Donald Trump said, sounds fantastic. I can work with it. And he did. Joe Biden said, come back after the election. Let's talk after the election. Vote for me first because you're black, so you have to vote Democrat. Vote first, and then we'll talk about your plan. Well, Biden got elected, and he threw Ice Cube under the bus. You've never heard about the Platinum Plan, and Joe Biden did nothing with this idea. He didn't say it had merit. He didn't say I could work with this. I'm going to do something different with it. He threw it all under a bus and said, why are you still talking to me? I already got your vote. You're useless. Kamala Harris said, why are we talking about this? You already voted. You're black. You voted Democrat. Why else do we need to speak to you? And see, that's the same thing. It's the same ideology, the same thinking there. And we see that at every single level. And this is a problem. This is what's destroying America. It's kind of like what we were talking about before John called in, that we're seeing the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, is saying, there's crimes, but then there's crimes. See, these were college students. These were elite college students, most of them white. And, they have one tier of justice and everyone else has a different tier. We're going to treat them entirely differently. It's just so authoritarian. It's so evil. And we get this over and over again when we're dealing with the progressives out there. It's kind of like something, and most people didn't notice this, but the equity, the reason why there are 7 charging stations in America created by the Biden-Harris administration. Mind you, he took billions of dollars have been spent since 2021 on a promise by Joe Biden to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations before 2030. To date, 3.5 years later, 7. Not 70, not 700, not 7,000, not 70,000, 7. That's not a typo. That's not a misprint. 7 have been built. Billions of dollars of your money have been spent on this. He made 7. Why? Equity. He's so busy trying to focus on equity, on making sure that people are on the right checklist, that they get to have the right things. Well, you're black and you're a woman and you're a progressive and you're not the right age. Sorry, we can't give you the government contract to build one of those EV stations. Next, oh, you're Hispanic. Fantastic, but you're light-skinned. You had to be dark-skinned Hispanic. You're out. Next, he's so busy trying to go on his equity checklist to virtue signal that nobody qualifies because real people don't fit into checklists. Real people aren't checklists. They're human beings, and they don't have to be on a checklist. But if you're a progressive, that's the only way that you see humanity. When you hear Biden pushing equity, he's pushing, you're not a human, you're a checklist. Well, guess what? Most people aren't. And the result, we get 7 of this. Absolutely, he's changing the country, that they're making it mandatory that we have to have these electric vehicles. But you can't use them. That they're supposed to be superior. They're not. Have you ever looked at what the bill is to fix one of these electric vehicles if they get into an accident? Assuming that it doesn't burn instantly to the ground because you can't put the fire out. So that's a problem, and that's a hazard for the environment in and of itself. But look at the bill that you get if one of them get broken. It's in the tens of thousands. I know several mechanics that they will charge you $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 to fix these electric vehicles. But even with that, you can't take it across the country. Assuming you don't have to worry about accidents and you don't have to worry about it breaking, hitting a pothole, and suddenly the whole undercarriage has to be replaced, which is a $20,000 bill. No. Assuming there's no potholes, roads are perfect, you get across the country, you can't. You can't. Because you can't charge it anywhere. Because they have failed you. Because they have a different set of standards. Because they're living the virtue signal dream. They're telling you how great they are, and then we get to see the reality where they've completely failed. They have these lofty ideas that you have to live by, but it fails you every single time. Bidenomics, it's such a wonderful idea. Bidenomics is so absolutely great. By the way, poor people, you just got more poor. Your life got more difficult. It sucks. It doesn't help anyone. But hey, it's Bidenomics and it looks fantastic. And you know what? The newspapers are going to tell you it's all fantastic and great. Meanwhile, poor people are more poor. Inflation goes up higher. Unemployment goes up. It's so dishonest and it is so upsetting. And think about it like this. Another way to think of this, and this has just happened as well. This was June 16th. You may have heard about this. There is now mandatory selective service, a draft. There is now, and this isn't new. There was selective service when I was in high school, and that's in 1986. So the selective service isn't new. The fact that there could be a draft is not new. There hasn't been a draft. There hasn't been a draft since Vietnam. So that's the 1970s, but okay, in 1986, I understand people's fear of having a draft. It's now 2024. No one's afraid of a draft. We should have a draft. We should have mandatory military, in my opinion, but that's not the case. But we just saw that the House of Representatives passed a measure on last Friday saying that, okay, if you're a man, you are automatically registered for the draft from ages, if you're 18 to 26. The moment you hit 18 until you hit 26, actually 27, you are draft age automatically. You know who's not included in that? Women. Women are not part of the draft. Mind you, people who are part of the draft, legal immigrants are part of it. Illegal, look at this, undocumented migrants, that's an illegal alien. Illegal aliens need to register for the draft for the United States. That's something that I bet a lot of people haven't told all those illegal aliens, that they are now, all those young men, yeah, you might be drafted. If America goes to war, you're going to be thrown into the military. You're part of the fodder, the bullet fodder. That's what a draft is. It's a bullet fodder. You go into the army and, they take all the, well, I won't even get into it, but that's bullet fodder. And you know what? There you go. Undocumented illegal aliens. Yeah, you guys are the bullet fodder of a draft. But illegal aliens are part of the draft. Women are not. Where is it? Yes. Are women eligible for the draft? No. So every man, 18 to 26, is automatically part of the draft. Illegal aliens are automatically part of the draft. Women who have been fighting, screaming, kicking down doors, saying that they have to be frontline troops, not that they have to be part of the military, that they have to be frontline troops, that every girl should be able to be G.I. Jane and join the SEALs, that they should be Rambette, I guess is what you would call her, that they have the right to be all of that, but they won't go into the draft. They won't go in with selective service. Why not? Either you're equal or you're not. Either you have equal risk of dying or you don't. If you're not willing to fight for the country, then you don't get all the rights that go with it. You don't get to have all the privileges. Frontline troops, you know what? When I was 18 and I signed up for selective service, that meant that I might be on the front lines fighting a war. That was the risk. And by the way, it was voluntary. And I joined the Marines with that fully understood. You can't say that I want to be part of the troops, but I don't want to be part of a war. I don't want to be part of a draft. I don't want to be in the front lines on a war I don't like. I'm sorry, you don't get to be conscientious. And I've seen people who are saying this, oh, I'm conscientious, I'm a conscientious objector because of Hamas. I support Hamas, but I'm part of the military. No, you don't get to make that choice. Either you're I forget his name, Archibald, I think it was Archibald Anderson, who says, you know what, I'm not going to pick up a gun. And you know what? He was a Navy corpsman. He still was in service. He didn't pick up a gun. He was a Navy corpsman, saved 86 people's lives. Fantastic. Loved him. Great inspirational individual. That's a great thing. That's a conscientious objector. It's not that he didn't go to war. He just didn't shoot. But he still went. You can't say, oh, I object to that war. Well, that's politics. That's not conscientious objection. Your politics don't match. Well, my politics don't match Joe Biden. He's still commander in chief. That's just the way it works. Sometimes you lose on that. But you're not there because of Joe Biden. You're there because of the Constitution. You're there because America is your nation. Again, why are we trying to have all this division? Because we see it's about equity. It's always about changing the rules. It's about certain people are privileged. And the people who tend to have the privilege are the progressives complaining about privilege. And that isn't helping America. It's not making the nation better. In fact, we even see, and this is something that was being complained about by Speaker Mike Johnson, that 49 states, the allegation is that 49 states in America, 49 out of 50, will allow illegal aliens to register to vote. That's an incredible claim. And the progressives are always like, oh, no, illegal aliens can't do that. No, you're just angry. You're just being racist. That's just not true. According to PolitiFact, what does PolitiFact say? Mike Johnson, false claim, non-citizens registering to vote at the DMV and welfare offices. That they're not doing that. That's just not happening. Okay, read the article carefully. And they go, but receiving a voter registration form does not mean someone is registered to vote. Are you sure? According to John Michael Catalano of South Carolina State Election Commission's public information officer told PolitiFact. The commission told PolitiFact it found no incidents in which non-U.S. citizens with a state ID or driver's license had voted. Okay, how many times did they look? How many times did they? We know for a fact that South Carolina is not doing a voter audit. They have not audited. They don't know. See, but it's great because PolitiFact gets to say, well, it's just not happening because no one's caught it. Well, that's not true either. Just not a lot of people have caught it. Hundreds, according to, again, major news media, hundreds of non-Americans have been caught casting ballots in election races at the local and state level, even up to the presidential level. Mind you, when they get caught, they are purged from the voting rolls. Their ballot is not counted when they get caught. Not when they do it, if someone catches them. What happens if they don't catch them? What if someone doesn't know to look that Joe Velasquez, how many Joe Velasquez live in New York City alone? Forget the state, just in New York City alone. Thousands. Probably, well, hundreds more. Hundreds, if not thousands. And what if 3 of them happen to be illegal aliens? And they all go to vote. So you're looking at, what, 3 guys out of 200, 300, 400 people? And you're supposed to know which one's which? And you're looking for it? Are you going to pull all of those votes? No, they don't do that. The article goes on. Hans von Spackowski says, a former member of the FEC, the Federal Election Commission, and manager of the Election Law Reform Initiative at the Heritage Foundation, presented many such examples of people caught casting ballots in his testimony to the House committee. It was presented to the House on May 23rd. This is part of the SAVE Act, which is, I'll get into that in a second. But I want you to understand, it's happening. Now, everyone does agree, and this is the important part. This is the part that Politico is pushing. This is the part that the news media likes to push. The numbers are not enough to change election results. Usually. I do remember the New York 22nd race with Anthony Brindisi versus Claudia Tenney that came down to 10 votes. I've seen elections that come down to 1 vote. Within the last 5 years, I've seen at least 6 elections that were within 25 votes or less. So yes, they can make a difference. They just usually don't. Usually, congressional races aren't decided by 10 or 100 votes. They're usually decided by thousands. But sometimes they aren't. So it can make a difference. But let me go on with this. Even in a critical swing state like Pennsylvania, now they're talking about the presidential election, where there are millions of votes. But what about in Congress? Not the same story. When it comes to your state, what do you call it? The county executive, the legislature, the assembly. Oh, that's an entirely different story. And those races are just as important as who's the president, because you have to live in that community. You have to live with those local laws every day. Let me go on. But they are enough to cause, but these election results, these individuals casting ballots that are illegal aliens, are enough to cause consternation as a record-breaking number of illegal aliens have entered the United States every year since 2021. Record-breaking numbers. So let's think about it for a second, folks. Let's think about it. Imagine, we know that there have been 8 million illegal aliens that have entered the United States because of the open border policies of progressives and Democrats and Joe Biden. 8 million. Let's assume that out of those 8 million, 800,000, 10%, have decided that they're going to get an ID. Whether it's a state ID, a driver's license, or some other form of ID, they're going to the government and they're going to get an ID. Just 10%. That's 800,000. Now, out of those 800,000, not all of them are going to hit every button. But let's say, again, 10%. So this is about 1% of the total, but 10% of the 800,000 said, hey, we're going to actually register to vote. See if I can get away with it. That's 80,000. Imagine 80,000 votes is enough to change a presidential election in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in many states. The swing states, 7 of them, could be decided by 80,000 votes. Yes, they could. Out of millions of votes, how are you going to find 80,000 votes in a state that has 3-4 million votes? You're going to find all of them? Are you sure? Especially when you don't allow audits of the election that every single state has fought against, that they do not have audits of any election, and you're going to tell me you're going to find every illegal alien that has voted in there? No, you're not. It's just not realistic. Which means this is a threat to our elections. This is a problem. And again, it is another example of the progressives putting their ideology ahead of what is good for America, dividing us even more. It makes it so much harder to have to deal with illegal aliens and to deal with the issue of these illegal aliens as they slowly and quietly try to find ways to give them a path to citizenship, to ingrain them into American society, not to integrate into American society, but to be ingrained in all of our functions, to be able to vote, to get checks from the American people, to be on part of government aid, on the government dole, being given housing and food and teaching their kids and taking care of their medical issues. We're doing everything for them. And now they're in being able to vote and to change our elections potentially. This is a problem. This is yet another problem that the progressives bring on to us. And it's so simple. By the way, most people don't know this. S4292. That's it. S4292 is a bill. This is the SAVE Act, which is actually, in fact, it's actually called the exact title of it. Where is that? Where is it? There we go. It is actually called, and I just want to read the full title of it. Safeguarding American Voter Eligibility Act, which is called the SAVE Act, which is Bill S4292. It's in the United States Senate. And right now, if you looked at it, there are 17 senators. Every single one of them is a member of the Republican Party. No Democrats, none of the independents. Just Republicans have agreed to this and believe this is good. And the only thing this bill does is say you have to be an American citizen. To register to vote, you must be an American citizen. Non-Americans, illegal aliens, cannot register to vote. That's it. It's just really, really simple. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't deny black people the vote. Why? Black people are American citizens. Why can't they vote? Of course they can. This doesn't stop them from voting. Oh, it might require people to have ID. If you want to go and buy beer in America, if you want to go into a nightclub, you need ID. You want to buy a car, you want to buy a house, you need ID. There's a lot. You want to get on a plane, you need ID. So the same ID you need to live your life, to buy a pack of cigarettes, is the same ID you need to go vote. You don't need something extra. You just need what you already have. So there's no increased burden, no problem. And just about every state provides free IDs to their citizens. So there is that process. Mind you, that process does take a whole hell of a lot longer. It's a little bit more involved. But then again, you're also getting a free product. So there is that. But it is there. It does take longer. Will not deny that. Absolutely. But you as an American citizen can get everything you need to provide the proof of who you are. This isn't a burden. And every American citizen has ID. If you're buying beer, you're buying cars, you're buying or going anywhere, you already have ID. So this is not a burden that somehow black people just don't know how to get ID. That's insulting. Only the progressives say something so stupid and expect that everyone's going to be like, yeah, of course, yeah, dumb black people, of course. They don't know how to get ID. Well, who says that? Only progressives. Progressives actually do say that. Well, black people, Joe Biden says, black people, Hispanics, they just don't know how to use the internet. They can't. Hochul says, oh, well, black people, they don't even know what a computer is. Those black kids, they just don't know what a computer is. It's 2024. Are you out of your mind? Black people, they just don't know how to get an ID. They just don't have any idea. Why? Because they don't do the same things everyone else in America does that requires ID. There is a huge list of everything that requires ID. Black people do it just as much as anyone else. No, they do have ID. This is a cheap, illegitimate argument. There should be no reason why Democrats are fighting against this bill. They are actively fighting the ability to limit, to exclude illegal aliens from voting. People who do not have a right to be in America. Democrats want to give the people who broke the law to be in America, they want them to vote in American elections. I am sorry. How is that not corrupt? Is there anyone that says, well, Mike, you're just misunderstanding it. It's not corruption. This is a good thing. Please explain to me. And if you tell me something stupid like there are no borders, you're out of your mind. You're dumb. Of course there are. There's no such thing as borders. Open up your front door. I'm moving into your house. Of course there are borders. Oh, no, it's not the same thing. Yes, it is. It is exactly the same thing. Property. We own it. It's America. Whether you like that or not, that's a different question. But we do have sovereign right to the land. And yes, there is a border. And we can deny people the right to enter into our sovereign land. Just like you have the right to deny people the ability to go into your home. It is your sovereign property. You have rights. Why do I... And the thing is, I've been saying these things since 2016, 2017, that I've been having these conversations. Actually, 2015 is the first time I remember having these kinds of conversations about these issues, as progressives kept saying, but you just don't understand. Of course I do. What, did I suddenly stop being black? I know some of them think that I'm not, but I am. Did I suddenly stop being Hispanic? I am. Whether they like it or not, I am. I know all my friends in the Bronx. We all grew up together. Same income bracket. I saw all of it. What's the difference? What is it I don't understand about this? It's very aggravating. It's incredibly aggravating. But, you know, the Democrats love to hide the fact that their own people don't agree with them. AOC, Bowman, Sanders, in the Bronx, as we said earlier, can't get the same size crowd as Donald Trump. 2,000 people to see them, not including they had as many people complaining as there were Democrats complaining about Donald Trump. They had that. They had all of the far left, the Hamas lovers, Look at this. These are people who love Hamas. They are so far left. Even Bowman, even AOC are not far left enough for the progressives. Nope, you got to go all the way to Hamas love. You got to go even further. There is no limit to the far left, which is why those very same Democrats don't want to stop illegal aliens from voting in our elections, which will pervert and destroy our elections. And as much as they want to tell you, no, it's not happening. Well, yeah, it is happening, but it's not happening as much as you think it is. Everyone, it's just happening in small numbers, we think, even though we won't check. Because if we check and we find out, well, then we would have to fix the problem. So they don't want to check. They don't want to know. They are happy to keep on pushing left, 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 and never let you have a breath in between. It's very upsetting. Okay. Man, this aggravates me so much, folks. This aggravates me so much. You just have no idea. This is all happening with the election. And this, I think, is very important about the election. Because Donald Trump's going to be picking his candidate. All right? And there's a big question about who's going to be the vice president. Okay? And let me type this in there. Give me type this in for a second. Time for VP predictions, okay? Who's going to be the vice president? So, the big question is who's going to be? Donald Trump has come out and said that he already knows who he's going to pick for vice president. And that's going to be one of the individuals who are going to be at the debate on Thursday, the 27th. Mind you, everyone that's on the list is going to be at the debate. So he hasn't whittled it down for anyone. I mean, all of the people who are seriously in contention that everyone has been saying are seriously in contention, they're already going to be at the Thursday debate. So that doesn't give anyone a hint. And everyone expects that we should, somewhere around July 11th, should get the answer from President Trump. As he's getting convicted, he's going to be sentenced, I should say. As he gets sentenced, which we expect to be 2 years. He's going to get 2 years of house arrest. That's because Democrats they want Trump guilty, Trump in prison. They absolutely, they're desperate for that. Doesn't matter if he wins on appeal. Doesn't matter if he wins on appeal. They just want the headline. They just want to show a picture of Donald Trump behind bars that isn't a meme, that isn't Photoshop. They want an official picture of Donald Trump behind bars. They don't care how they get it. This is their wet dream. So Donald Trump will be charged with house arrest for 2 years plus a fine. That's what I believe. And to offset that news, I think you will see Donald Trump come out and announce his vice presidential pick. Now, a lot of people agree with me on that. A lot of people have that same thought that that's what he's going to do. It's part of the political game. And so he's going to pick a vice presidential candidate. Who is it going to be? According to Predicted, okay, which has been somewhat accurate in the past, the number one choice right now, and the name that most people are mentioning at the moment, is Governor Doug Burgum. Now, you may remember Burgum. He was running for the Republican nomination earlier last year, or late last year in 2023. He got bounced out pretty quick. He was getting single-digit numbers, not a whole lot of support. But if you heard him speak, and he was in the debates, in the first and second debate, he made both of those. Nice guy. Sounds kind of like Trump. He sounds like a conservative Republican. And he is known for being a conservative Republican. He's out of the Dakotas. And he seems to be the leading choice at the moment because he's very much aligned with Donald Trump in terms of the policies. And he's a well-respected, well-thought-of individual, good enough to try and run for president by himself. So that would kind of set up since he has an appeal amongst Democrats as well as Republicans, since he has executive office experience already because he is a governor, he's not just whoever Trump picks for VP in 2024 is presumably going to be the presidential nominee of the Republicans in 2028. That this may be the next president of the United States. So they're being very careful about who they pick. Who they pick is not just about this election, it's about 2028. So being a former governor makes Don Burgum far more appealing, which is why but there is no consensus. He's only getting 32. When you see the cents here, think of it as percent. Only 32% of people betting think that it's going to be Doug Burgum. J.D. Vance is a more recent name that a lot of people have heard tossed around. And a lot of people, again, there have been names going on for well over a year about who's going to be the VP pick. J.D. Vance is one of the more recent ones. Unlike with Burgum, who was actually running for the presidency, J.D. Vance hasn't, but he seems to be very popular because he's young. I don't think J.D. Vance has a chance. Marco Rubio is a senator. He's run for the presidency before against Trump. That was back in 2016. I think he missed his moment. He's known to the public, but he's not a standout. He's not Ted Cruz. He's not someone who's known for being energetic and being a standout of politicians. He's a decent conservative. I don't think Marco Rubio gets it. He's not strong enough in terms of his personality, in terms of his connections, his pull with other politicians. Tim Scott, we have said for over a year now, we have been saying that we believe that Tim Scott is the most likely vice presidential candidate for Donald Trump. He's black, he's a senator, he's well respected and well connected. Tim Scott makes the most sense, we believe, for the vice president. If it's not a woman, then we think it's Tim Scott. That's what we believe. 7% of those who are betting right now agree with our prediction that it would be Tim Scott. But Tim Scott is tied with Byron Donalds. Byron Donalds, great speaker. Also, black man, but he's in the House. The difference between Byron Donalds and Tim Scott is Byron Donalds is in the House of Representatives. He doesn't have enough power. He's relatively new to Congress. He doesn't have a lot of connections. And even though he's a black man, and that will bring in some votes in and of itself, that's not enough because he's also a black Republican, which means he's demonized on a regular basis. So he loses as much as he gains. He's not strong enough. You need that connection to the Senate. You need that connection to a higher office with executive experience that people can rely on, that can make the deals in the background while Trump is talking to the American people. I mean, it is politics. There are backroom deals. So that's why I don't think it's going to be Byron Donalds. And most people will agree with that. Same thing with Ben Carson. Ben Carson has been part of the cabinet for under Donald Trump in the past. He is a supporter of Donald Trump. We know that. He's made a decent bid running for the presidency in 2016. He is well liked. He is an intelligent man. There is no question about that. He is a successful man. There is no question about that. He has a wonderful story that goes with him. That is all true. He's way too soft-spoken. Dr. Ben Carson, people leave that out all the time. Dr. Ben Carson, unlike Jill Biden, who is a PhD, well, Ben Carson is a doctor, one of the best in the entire world. He is a pinnacle in medical capabilities. He's a great doctor. And for all of that, all of those positives about Ben Carson, he didn't do that great a job in the cabinet, partially because he was dealing with housing, which doesn't have a whole lot to do with medicine or being a doctor. But he did his job decently. More importantly, Ben Carson is too soft-spoken. He's not or at least not publicly, a strong figure with great and deep connections in politics. So that's why I don't think it's Ben Carson. Again, most people agree with that and say he's only at 7%. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, her father being Mike Huckabee, who ran for president, being adjacent to, being the sibling nepotism of someone who ran for president and didn't win, not good enough for me. Yes, she is the governor of Arkansas. Yes, she has some experience as an executive, but we're talking about Arkansas. Who cares? Notice, I don't care about Doug Burgum. He's in the Dakotas. No one cares. So, I mean, it's executive experience, yes, and that is a big positive, which is why she's the top-ranked woman at the moment, and she has a good connection to Mike Huckabee, but Mike has been out of the loop in mainstream politics for quite some time. He's not a deal maker, doesn't have as much power. She doesn't have as much power. She isn't as well known amongst the public. She is not as well seen by the public. She's a decent Republican, there is no question, but she's just not popular. So she kind of has the same problem that Ben Carson has. She's not seen as being strong, a leader in the same quality and vein as many of the other people. She's not going to get it. Elise Stefanik is my choice for the top if Donald Trump picks a woman. And that's the only thing I'm going to split this on. I don't care about the color of skin. I don't care about religions or sexual preferences. None of that's important. Throw that crap. That's all crap. That's what progressives look at. Throw that out. None of that has anything to do with the capability of doing the job. Are you politically connected? Do you know what you're doing? Are you seen as a strong individual, both in terms of your personal conviction as well as getting the job done? Those are the only things that matter for a VP or any politician. I don't care if you're male or female. I don't care about your sexual preference. And sadly, we do have to count the color of skin because that will come up. Democrats love talking about people's color of skin. They love making ads and election promos about people's skin color. So that is a factor that will come in, which is the only reason why I count that, because Democrats already talk about the racism and the isms and the ists already. So that's why we're talking about that. And literally, the only reason why we're talking about men and women is because sexism. That's another leftist ideology, another point that they overemphasize. That if you have someone who's not black, well, they're going to say you're a racist because they don't have someone who's black. If they're not a woman, well, they're going to attack them and say, well, now you're sexist because you didn't pick a woman. Which has nothing to do with, well, yeah, but I picked the best person for the job. I picked the best complement to the type of president I want to be. They don't count that. But anyway. So Elise Stefanik is, I believe, if Trump picks a woman, Elise Stefanik is the one that he would pick. She is the most popular. She's a rising star, has been since 2014 when I first met her. She's knowledgeable. She's been very good at making her point politically. She's decently connected to the DC political machine and has been because she started off as an intern under the Bush presidency. And so she made a lot of very critical and important connections back then. That's how she got elected in the first place in New York State. And she's been maintaining those DC connections as she continues to serve New York State. So she's politically connected. She has friends in high places. She's no slouch when it comes to being a member of Congress and being able to defend herself in front of the press. She's feisty. She's a mom. Obviously, she's a woman. So these are all positives for her, except she's not that well connected. She's maybe a little too dependent on the DC lobbyists, so she's not quite as independent as you would want. Yes, she's a woman, and that's fantastic, but she isn't known as a household name across this country, really. She has no legislation or anything that she can point to that really changed the quality of life for most Americans that people go, yeah, that's Elise Stefanik. She's not connected to anything like that. So I don't think she gets it. And I don't think Trump needs the woman vote as much as people like to say that he does. But they like to say lots of things about Trump. They like to say that Trump is, what did we see from Democrat Mike earlier? Democrat Mike was like, oh, Trump's losing in the polls. No, he's losing a poll, not in the polls. Oh, but, it's not a guarantee that Trump will win. No one said it, he was a guarantee. See, they like to put up those negatives out there. But that being said, so my prediction is Tim Scott for VP, unless it's a woman, and therefore it would be Elise Stefanik. That's as far as I go. I don't think it's Don Burgum, although I think he gets to be a member of the cabinet, and I do think he runs in 2028, and he has a pretty good chance of winning. It's not going to be Marco Rubio, and Marco Rubio does not get on the what's the word I'm looking for? Not the panel, the department of whatever. I'm just blanking on that word. He won't be in charge of any of the departments of the government. So it won't be Marco Rubio. It'll be either Tim Scott or Elise Stefanik. I can see that. That's what I'm predicting about this. Now, if the audience has a different choice, I'm happy to hear it. If you guys think that there's someone who's better positioned, is it any of the candidates that we've gone over right now that I've just gone through and told you what I believe is the correct political position they are in at this moment? What are the attributes of these individuals? Why they are ranked as they seem to be at this moment? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you have a different opinion? Is there someone you think should be in this that isn't, or should be ranked higher than they are? I'd love to hear it. You think there's a better woman out there than what we're seeing right now? Please let me know. I suppose we need to talk about, mail-in ballots. We're seeing that Democrats are losing their advantage. This is part of the reason why the SAVE Act is so important, about making sure we have citizens, because we know illegal aliens are being put on a path to citizenship. They are being given the right to register to vote, and many of them are voting. Whether or not that it's significant enough to change a state election or not is only a matter of time. It's not a question of can it be done, it's when does it happen, because they are getting access to register, and they are attempting to register, and that means some of them are doing this, that they actually are voting. The question is how many. So as that is changing right now, we are seeing that in Michigan, the mail-in ballot is unconstitutional. The changes that we saw in 2020 to help fortify the 2020 election, something that we know has happened. It, for a fact, did happen. So, and they're trying to fortify the 2024 election, except all the old tricks aren't working. Like in this case, where the Michigan mail-in ballot rules have been found to be unconstitutional, completely and totally incompatible with the Constitution. I think that's really huge, and that is a positive for people. Should make people feel very, very happy. Unless you happen to live in Dearborn, Michigan. Then you're a progressive socialist who's from the Middle East, and I don't know what would make you feel happy except maybe ISIS. So that being said, on Thursday, we will not have a vice presidential candidate. Not yet. On Thursday, when the candidates go and have the debate, we will still be trying to figure out who is going to be the vice presidential candidate. And we're going to see this debate. The debate is going to suck. This is going to be horrible. Part of the reason is there is no studio audience. Why not? CNN decided to get rid of the audience. And I think part of the reason is to protect Joe Biden. So, one, Joe Biden has less people to stare at and possibly be distracted by. Two, when he starts saying things like Bidenomics is working, Bidenomics has been great for the American people, there's no one there to groan or to express themselves with displeasure as he lies to the American people. And I am very sure Joe Biden is going to lie to the American people. It wouldn't be the first time. He's going to lie about all the Americans that he has abandoned. That's the 5,000 in Afghanistan, 10,000 in the Ukraine, 16,000 in the Sudan last year, 40,000 in Haiti this year, 34 Americans killed by Hamas, and 22 that are probably dead to this day, tortured to death by Hamas. When Joe Biden starts lying about all of that, yeah, he doesn't want an audience around that are either consciously or unconsciously going to reject his lies. So that's why CNN decided to help them out. And you don't have to see the angry faces of the public who are looking at Joe Biden saying, you have failed at every single policy and idea that he put up. Not just by Republican standards, by Democrat standards. There is no success in any policy of the Biden-Harris administration. They have nothing to point to. There is nothing that they have done that has had a positive consequence. Nothing. And if anyone wants to believe that, please let me know. Oh, Grace has been making a couple of comments. Sorry, I got into a little bit of a rant there, but I've been looking on. Let me catch back up to Hal says, because Trump supporters don't know how to act like adults. Well, that's not true. And Hal, come on. Because we could say the same thing about progressives. Have you seen how they've been acting? Look at the audience with Jamal Bowman, with AOC, with, let me show you. Now, I can't play this. These guys are R-rated. They're cursing. They're screaming. They're saying some really repugnant things. And you mean to tell me that that audience is so much better than conservative audiences? I don't think so. Conservative audiences tend to be very, very calm. It's the left that riots. It's the left that causes damage and destroys property. It's the left that has wild outbursts on a regular basis. I'm not saying that there are no Republicans that have ever done that, but I am saying the people who tend to do that belong to BLM. They tend to belong to the Democratic Socialists of America. They tend to be progressives and Democrats, not Americans, not Republicans. But let me move on. Grace says, I'm afraid it's being designed, this debate on the 27th is being designed entirely to help Biden, not embarrass him. It is, which is the reason why they're doing 2 debates, not 3, why they're mashing together all of the subjects so Biden doesn't have to worry about being focused and responding to follow-up questions on the same issue, like the economy, so they can get him off of that so he doesn't get stuck. And all he has to do is remember things like, Bidenomics is great. Everyone's doing fantastic. You just don't understand. And they're not going to talk about foreign policy. And in the first debate, I am absolutely sure that they will not talk about foreign policy. They will not talk about the Americans being held hostage by Hamas. They will not want to talk about the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas. They will not talk about the USS Eisenhower being sent running away from the Houthi terrorists in the Red Sea and going home, abandoning the Red Sea to the Houthi terrorists. That's a victory for terrorism again. They're not going to talk about any of the people that Joe Biden has abandoned, like Haiti with 40,000 Americans that were just set adrift. Yeah, they are covering up hard. Grace goes on to say, CNN wants runs water, carries the water for the DNC. I agree with that. Let me see here. So Grace thinks that it could be very good for Trump, but a lot of the major issues that we're talking about, that we've been talking about for years, aren't going to get brought up. And the reality is they're not, because they're trying to help Biden in every single way that they possibly can. Part of the help, one of the biggest things that the news media did, that CNN did, to guarantee that they're going to give as much help as possible to Joe Biden, is to make the public think there's only two candidates. Because on Thursday, the only two people that are going to be on that stage are Donald Trump and Joe Biden. There's a third person that should be on that stage, a person who I believe should have the chance to be heard, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And that's not because I do not support Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I do not support him. I am not going to vote for him. I don't think he's a good candidate. I think he's just as bad as Joe Biden. He's a progressive, just like Joe Biden. I think his policies fail miserably. And yes, given all of the negatives, I still go out and make sure that people know that he is promoting himself, that I go and cover his speeches, I cover some of his rallies. I still advocate that he should be in the debate with Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Again, it's not about, do I think he's good? I don't. It's not about my choice, though. It's not about my preference. And it shouldn't be about CNN's preference. It shouldn't be about the news media's preference or the DNC's preference. It's not about that. It's about the American public who get to have the choice. Now, it's very clear. RFK is a declared candidate for the presidency. Whether people like that or not doesn't matter. He is a declared candidate. And he doesn't need a nomination. But the Republican candidate, Donald Trump, does need to be nominated to represent Republicans. Joe Biden has to be nominated by Democrats to represent the Democrats. So in that sense, neither Joe Biden nor Donald Trump should be on the stage because they don't represent themselves. They're not running to represent themselves. They're running to represent their parties. And they don't. They don't represent the Democrats or the Republicans. And they're not there to represent themselves. Only RFK is. In fact, you could say RFK, Cornel West, and Jill Stein, as well as Chase Oliver for the Libertarians, that they represent themselves. But Jill Stein, Cornel West, and Chase Oliver don't count because, one, they don't have the ability to reach the states. They don't have the popularity in the polls. They don't have the money. They're the fringe. Throw all three of them out. They're just not compelling. They don't have that audience. Even if you were to say 5%, just 5%, and we've seen this in the past, that the bar to get onto the stage to be able to speak to the American people was 5%. Now they're saying it's 15. That's meant to be exclusionary. It's not meant to, it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with Joe Biden. They're nowhere, they are massively above those numbers. This has nothing to do with them. This was never meant to stop them. The only reason why it's 15% instead of 5%, which is what it has been in the past, is because 15% stops RFK Jr. as well as the rest. If it weren't for RFK, they'd go with 5%. Why? Because that's enough to keep out the Libertarians, to keep out the Green Party and the Independents. That would knock out all the other candidates. They always pick a number that gets rid of the third-party voices and only leaves the the Republicans and the Democrats. That's what the news media does. They are there to edit, to isolate, to silence voices and deny the public choices. And I don't agree with that. You can tell me RFK is the best thing or the worst thing that you have ever heard, and I don't care because I'm not voting for him. He's not my choice. But you have the right to say, I want him, that you have the right to choose based on your criteria, whatever you think is important. And you deserve the right to hear his offer, to hear what he has to say. I have said that for many months when I started covering him and as I've covered him since. Do I agree with him? No. Does he have a right to speak? Absolutely. And more importantly, he is influential enough. He is positioned well enough. He is known well enough that he should be heard. Unlike Cornel West or Jill Stein or Chase Oliver, RFK has been fighting censorship since the second, literally the second that he said he was going to run independent instead of trying to go Democrat because the Democrats had blocked off everyone else. They rigged their nomination process so that there couldn't be any other voice. We knew that in 2023. So the second that RFK went independent is the same moment that a news media blackout took over. And all of a sudden, you heard nothing about RFK. In the 3 or 4 times that we've seen the mainstream media bother to talk about RFK, it has only been in terms of negatives, that they are attacking him. They will only mention his name to attack him and say how horrible he is, how incapable he is, which is unfair. Like what we see here. Because they say, CNN says, oh, well, the candidates must be a actual candidate. Well, yeah, they are candidates, but Biden and Trump are representing parties, and they haven't been nominated by those parties, so they can't represent them. But RFK represents himself. He's an independent, so he can. Technically, according to CNN's qualifications, Trump and Biden shouldn't be on the stage. That's just a fact. So to understand that is to understand there is an active bias and censorship that is happening as we speak. All the participants they all filed? Yes, they did. All participating debaters must appear on a sufficient number of state ballots. Why? Why? Where in the Constitution does it says you have to be able to hit 270? Because it doesn't say that. Where does it say you have to have a sufficient number of states? It doesn't. That's an arbitrary rule created by CNN. That is created to keep voices shut out. You can be on as many or as few states as you want. People can write in anyone's name. Maybe people in Georgia want to write in RFK instead of Donald Duck because they don't want to vote for Joe Biden or Donald Trump. That happens. About, 3%? Roughly about 3% in every presidential year. About 3% of the vote goes to things like Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck or Goofy or some other name written in because that is a vote against all of the above. That is a protest vote, which is fine. People protest vote all the time. But instead of writing that, maybe you want to write in RFK Jr. You don't need to be on every state ballot, and you don't need a minimum number of states. That's not how it works. And it doesn't need to work that way. In fact, to be able to change the election, to be able to change the entire American system, you don't need, you only need to win 1, maybe 2 states. That's it. Literally, you could do it. If you could win Maine and Nebraska, that's it. You don't need to win anything else. 6 points, 6 electoral points. That's all you need. Actually, depending on the math, you could probably do it with 4, but 6 electoral points is all you need. That's 2 states. That's it. That's all you need to change the entire process to determine who's going to be the next president of the United States. It changes everything. It would send it back to the Congress to vote. Most people don't know that. So what is being said here is an absolute. CNN is lying to the public, saying, well, you need a sufficient number of states to be on. Yeah, that number is 2. That's all you need. 2. 6 electoral points. That's all you technically need. And you can change. You can prevent anyone from getting 270. You can stop both candidates from getting 270, and you can force a new vote in Congress. So the answer is 2. And of those, we know that there are, 6, maybe 8 states that RFK is registered in. He should be on the stage. They say, oh, well, you have to receive at least 4. You have to poll at 15% in 4 separate national polls. Why? This is not a congressional, and not only do you have to have 4 separate polls, but they have to be polls of registered or likely voters. Why? Why do they have to be that specific? So that you can kick people off. So that RFK and any other voice they don't like can't be included. Because you could get, I don't know, maybe a YouGov poll, and maybe a poll that isn't of likely voters or of registered voters. They just happen to be American citizens. Maybe there's a poll of American citizens and someone ranks very, very high in that. Oh, but they don't want to count that. See, this is about censorship. And it's really upsetting to me. And I want you to understand why they're doing this, how they're trying to justify the censorship, the way they're trying to justify silencing you, to take away your right to choose. That's what CNN is doing here, which is absolutely evil. And it's being supported by the Democrats and the Republicans because it's about power for them. For the Democrats and the Republicans, the fewer people on the stage, the more powerful they are. It's one of the reasons why the Libertarians wanted to be able to get Trump and RFK to their convention, to get people to notice them, to give them more attention so that they can then get more power. That's the reality of why they were invited to the Libertarian National Convention. To draw more people's attention, to hopefully get more people excited about being a libertarian, and to get them to join the party so they get more power. That's why it was done. I'm just trying to make sure people understand how screwed up this is. That there is nothing that CNN is asking for that is necessary other than, being a United States citizen and eligible to run for president. That's all that is necessary. Everything else is meant to be exclusionary. Everything else is meant to silence voices and deny people's right to choose. It is absolutely upsetting. RFK fails to meet the requirements because they are crap. They are crap requirements. They are made up opposition pieces. This is hurdles and walls put in the face of RFK Jr. simply to shut him down. And the reason why they want to do that, do I have it here? And the reason why they need to shut him down is, as I showed you before, when we look at the polling and we look at +5, when we look at these numbers, and it's because there is almost enough for Kennedy RFK to be a problem. It's almost enough. He's taking votes away from Biden, which automatically means that the left doesn't want RFK around. It's why they gave him a news media blackout. He's taking more votes from Biden than he is from Trump. Therefore, he is a danger to them. They need to silence him. It just means that he's a better candidate. It really does. I mean, is anyone seeing this in a different way than I am? Grace says that CNN is a shell of what they once were. I never thought they were good, ever. In terms of news media, I never found CNN to be a leader of quality. They've always been more like media whores, that they're there for the attention, but they're not the best news reporters or even commentators. They're just not. They're just everywhere. They made good business deals to be everywhere, to be seen. They want the attention. They just don't earn it. So these are some of the predictions that I have for this. Well, I remember them in the 80s. And Grace is mentioning that she remembers CNN in the 80s. They were a very different company back then, and they were. They were less media whores. They were more honest news reporters and were far better at reporting the news in the 80s than at any time afterwards. But they changed really early, and everyone else was still better. Okay. So, we've made a couple of predictions. I do believe that, well, this one's a little bit hard. I would like to say, and I think it's possible, that Kennedy, depending on how badly Joe Biden does, you could see Kennedy get the qualifications to be on the second and final debate if they follow the same set of rules, which they won't. They will increase the rules. They'll go to, you'll need 5 or 6 polls with 20 or 25%. You have to rank 20 or 25% in 5 or 6 of these credible polls for you to be able on the state to get onto the debate stage, because they want to raise the bar. They want to put pressure. I think Joe Biden is going to do horribly on Thursday. I think he's going to stumble. Not per se. He's going to probably freeze up at least once. He's going to make a couple of words where he's just going to make up the word. But I believe whatever injection they tend to give him, possibly B12, that they give to him to give him that boost of energy so he can make it an hour, roughly an hour and a half. I don't think that's going to last long enough. I think he's going to burn through that. I think this is going to be a debate that once we get to roughly about the hour and 15 mark, there about the late stage of the debate, Joe Biden's going to start falling apart fast. You're going to see his energy levels drop hard because it's going to be the medication wearing off, and he's not going to be able to continue. We see that when he did the State of the Union. Same thing happened there. The longer it goes on, the less capable he becomes because the medication that I believe he's on wears off faster, and so his mental acuity drops faster, especially since this is going to be they're going to be doing this at night. Therefore, that's going to be another problem. But that's why there's no crowd. It limits the distractions, so he's going to be able to focus a little bit more. If there were people there, Joe Biden would be distracted because his mental acuity is much lower, even with the medication. I think Joe Biden's going to screw up. I think he's going to get called out because he has nothing to point to. All Joe Biden is going to do on Thursday is tell everyone, Orange Man bad, I'm the good guy. That's all he's going to say. He's going to say it in a couple of different ways. The Orange Man bad, he's the good guy. History's going to remember Orange Man bad and Joe Biden the good guy. That's what he's going to try and explain all the way through. He's not going to tell you that any of his policies worked, because they don't. He's not going to tell you that he's made the world safer, because he hasn't. He's going to lie a lot if he tries to explain how he's succeeded at anything. The only thing that he's done successfully is to open up the United States border and allow illegal aliens to come into this country in numbers that we have never seen before. He has succeeded in raising the national debt almost as fast as Obama, ridiculously fast, and increasing poverty and inflation at rates that pretty much no one has ever seen before. He's skyrocketed this. So he's impressive in that sense, but no other. I think he's going to, the fact that they can turn off the microphones is not going to stop Donald Trump from speaking. It's not going to stop Joe Biden from speaking without the microphone on. People will be listening for that, and I don't think they should turn off the microphones. You should, as the American people, hear every single word that these individuals say. And if you don't like what they're saying or how they say it, then you hold them accountable. But you do not stop them from speaking. You hold that, let them be held accountable by the American public. Again, take the power out of CNN and their impressions and their censorship and leave it with the American people. We can hear, and if we think that Trump or Joe Biden are talking over each other too much, and we say that one of them or the other is the one to blame for that, we will hold them accountable for that. That's it. And if the other person isn't responding enough and they just look weak, the American people will fix that, not CNN. It's not their right. It's not their obligation. It's not even their choice. They have nothing to do with that. They're in the way too much. Let me see. Yes, I do believe that Joe Biden's going to bring up January 6th. Of course he is. Because, he's going to demonize the American people. He's going to demonize MAGA. He's going to he will demonize MAGA because he doesn't want you to realize he's demonizing Make America Great. He doesn't want people to think about that. That's why it's always been called MAGA, because they don't want you to think about the words themselves. Words that are inherently, by definition, positive, that they're a good thing. But he doesn't want you to think about that, because if you thought MAGA is good, Make America Great is an inherently positive thing, oh my God, you might not vote for me. So he has to demonize MAGA. He has to demonize January 6th. Mind you, he's not demonizing Jamal Bowman, who committed insurrection by the very same definition Democrats want to apply to Donald Trump. Well, it applies to Jamal Bowman. He doesn't want to have him removed because of insurrection. He doesn't want to address the fact that Nancy Pelosi herself on video, this is her own thing. No one forced Nancy Pelosi to get on there. Nancy Pelosi, by her own choice, made a video admitting that the lack of troops, the lack of the National Guard, and their planning to be at the in D.C. was her fault. It had nothing to do with Donald Trump. It was her fault. She failed. She failed the American people. She failed Congress. But Joe Biden doesn't want to address that. She's going to avoid that as much as possible. So that's another thing you're going to see. So he's going to bring up January 6th, but he's going to try and push the same old lies that have been said before. He doesn't want to bring up the fact that there's 40,000 hours of video, that we've seen some of the 4,000 hours of video that's been made available to the public. We have seen that. He doesn't want to address the fact that many of the people in many, many, many more videos that have now been made public show that people are respecting the police, that they're being escorted by the police, walking all around the halls of Congress, that nothing is being destroyed, that the very people that have been demonized in the past were the very same people trying to keep the peace and limit any destruction, and that many of the people, or at least some of the people, that were committing the violence on January 6th are individuals that have since been identified as members of BLM, of Antifa, of the far left. And if you want to call them a plant or whatever, you can, but there are questions about that, as well as the fact that no one will admit whether or not the FBI was actually on the ground at the event. FBI still will not admit if they had an agent there, and they had them there. They had to. It's part of their job. But that's a separate thing. I think this is going to be a farce. I think Donald Trump wins on the 27th. I think he wins pretty damn well. I think he's going to do very well. I think most people will resonate with his message, with his sincerity, and with his ability. And Donald Trump is going to focus on reminding people, we've already done this. That he did this for 4 years. We had Donald Trump. We saw this. They said he was going to create World War III. The world became more stable and more peaceful. Never happened. Never got World War III. He set up the Abraham Accords. He got nations to be more calm. There were less wars that America was involved with. He didn't start any wars. He was planning to end several wars. So he's been very good. The economy was doing fantastic. More growth than under Obama, more growth than under Joe Biden. There was less unemployment under any of those individuals. We were just doing better. He's going to remind people that that's what he did. They promised, the left, the Democrats promised that all hell would break loose if we ever had elected Donald Trump. What are they saying now? All hell will break loose if you elect Donald Trump. Well, we did that in the past. Hell didn't break loose. Actually, we got more paradise than anything else. But now that we have Joe Biden, we are getting hell on earth. We are having everything fall apart. Oh, but they don't want to talk about that. All right, folks, we've been here for 5.5 hours, which I enjoy. It's a long day. There's a lot more coming up. Remember, in 2 weeks, or roughly 2 weeks, I'm going to be going to Freedom Fest in Las Vegas. We've sent out a message earlier, and I just want to let people know that if you're going to be in Las Vegas, either with Freedom Fest or for whatever other reason, you may want to try and reach out to me. I've already sent out a message to those members of Patreon for the channel, and let the members know that if they're going to be in Las Vegas, they may want to meet up with me. I'll be happy to do that as a private event, just me meeting up with them, hanging out, have a couple beers, get something to eat and talk. And then I may have an event for the general public if people are interested in that. If you're going to be at Freedom Fest anyway, if you're going to be in Las Vegas anyway, then let's meet up and just hang out for a little while. I'll try and work that out with you. More about that as we move forward closer to Freedom Fest, which is about approximately July 9th. I will be there from the 9th until the 14th. That being said, so there's that. I do recommend people check out. I did do an coverage of all of the Bronx, 10 of the Bronx conservative candidates running for offices across the Bronx. We got 10 of those candidates, and they were speaking to constituents. We recorded it live, and I provided that so people can know who's running in the race. In the Bronx, there's more than just Republican and Democrat that are running for elected office. There are also conservatives that are running, and we got to hear several of them. I do plan to have a couple more interviews with some of the conservatives running for races across this state. I've covered a lot of stuff today. Okay. With all of that said, 5.5 hours later, I think we see the VP is going to either be Tim Scott or Lee Stefanik. I understand why people say it might be Doug Burgum, but I think he gets to be on the panel. I think he gets a position in the cabinet. That's it, cabinet. That's the word I was looking for. He gets a cabinet position. I don't think he gets to be VP, but I could be wrong. I think that Trump wins, and I think he's going to win strong. I think most people are going to agree with him. I think you're going to hear about January 6th, and I think people are going to take the side of Donald Trump and the J6 rather than Democrats, Nancy Pelosi. I don't think they're going to take their side anymore. There's been too much evidence, too much time. I think Hunter Biden's going to be a factor to bring up the question of corruption of the Biden administration and the Biden family, which absolutely needs to be addressed. I hope But I am sure they will not talk about Hamas. They will not talk about international policy, which is absolutely critical. Whoever becomes president for 2025 must deal with all of the international difficulties facing America. We need to know who's got the right plan. If we knew that in 2020, people would not have voted for Joe Biden, which is why they kept it off the discussion. It was not part of the debates in 2020 because this is what was going to be the result. He had no plan. And that's why we need, absolutely desperately need, to hear the plans of everyone going forward. We need to know what they're going to be planning to do. We really need that. Grace says, Dems will still run on abortion. Of course. Well, they always run on that. Democrats run on, what do Democrats run on? Abortion, raising taxes. They're going to raise taxes on the rich. Everyone's going to get an abortion. And everyone is a racist. That's it. The same things they always run on. But I think everyone's tired of that, especially since it doesn't work. All right. It's 8 o'clock at night. It's like the weather finally broke. It's like 85 degrees, 86 degrees, but it's still humid like crazy. So I'm going to take a break. We're going to stop here. It's been a good 5.5 hours. I always love speaking to everyone. Remember, Freedom Fest is coming up. Do check out some of my coverage of the various candidates. It's in the interview section. Do let me know what you think of that. I look forward to seeing your comments. If you have a different prediction, let me know. Put it in the comments afterwards. Please like, share, and most of all, subscribe. We desperately need your support trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. Not 5 million, not 50,000, just 5,000 subscribers. We really would appreciate your support in being able to reach that. If you can afford an extra $1.50 a month, you can become a member of my Patreon, and I would appreciate that to help pay the bills. Folks, with all of that said, I wish you the very best. I look forward to seeing you later this week. Look for some of the shorts, both from me and from John. And remember, Lego sucks. The Lego company sucks balls. Thank you.